Hey everybody, this is Kyle. Hello my Wolverines. This is Kyle, aka Vulcan Wolverine. I'm just going to mention this at the beginning, and I'll try not to mention it anymore, but my attackers have like slowed it down so I can't see the way that I'm moving. It's just like, like my computer's just freezing up completely. But I got some important articles and kind of an important thing that we all need to be doing because the deadline is May 15th. This might be kind of hard. I'm getting a new. Oh, this is going to be tough. They've made it tough on me today. Oh, it's going to be really tough. But welcome if you're in chat. I see some people in chat, and we'll just work through it. Maybe y'all are seeing me move regularly, but from my side, it's just choppy and I'm freezing up and stuff like that. I'm going to try not to mention it, and we'll just get through it, and I'll just try not to look at the screen. I'll just try not to look at the screen while I'm doing this, because it sucks. It's like, it just destroys my focus. Hey, Eternity Eternal, and hey, Lee Arthur. Eternity Eternal says, hi, Kyle, good to see you. It's good to see you too, Eternity Eternal. And hey, what's up, Lee? What's up, bro? Got some big news today coming out of the United States of America in this investigation / cover-up. This is really bad right now. Everything is just super choppy. Y'all, I was going to mention this. This is my green screen setup, and my shirt's blue, so it kind of worked. I think that I'm going to have to fix this somehow, because it's like my attackers on my live streams, they'll get sent out and they're just completely, the resolution is so horrible, because while I am streaming, my attackers are slowing everything down, so it's coming out and it's just looking like you can't even make out figures in it sometimes. So I'm going to have to, I guess, I'm trying to clear off my computer of as much stuff as I can. I'm just trying to think of how I can do it. I'm not even sure if I get because I'm getting a 4K camera, if it's going to fix that. But I really want to fix it. It sucks. It sucks. And the targeting's really hard too. It's like they just do everything. It's like they're murdering you, twisting your brain, doing all the automated systems, just driving your brain. And then that's not enough. It's like if you're still strong enough to like still put information out, then they'll slow down your computer and do all this other stuff, Hey Nadia. Hey Angela. Hey Tanya. Tanya says, great to see everyone today. Hey Honey Ann. Hey Lori. Lori says, it seems hopeless, but I know God sends angels or we wouldn't be here. The stuff I'm going to show you today, it doesn't look that hopeless. It looks like a water hose. It looks like a water hose of information, and they're trying to cover it up and say like, oh well, it's just agents and it's just government workers and stuff like that. But it seems like the dominoes keep falling, as these articles will show you. I'm sorry guys, this is really bugging me. Like, what I'm seeing my camera doing is me chopping and freezing, so it really bugs me. Hopefully that'll stop in a second. It's not. I think what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to get a new computer with that camera too, because they've just done stuff to my computer where it's like they've just broken the kneecaps of my computer where it runs so slow, and I keep trying to clean stuff off and run virus programs, but they're just hacked into it, and it just does this. It shows that we're getting closer, and it seems to me like these articles are mainstream, so it doesn't make sense that my attackers are worried about them. They're not worried that we're just going to read these mainstream articles. I think they're worried that a bunch of targeted individuals are going to actually put in, the rest of the story. Like Paul Harvey says. Wow, this really screws me up. Sorry, guys. So if it's weird today, it's because like what I'm looking at is completely chopping, and it's like I have ADD from the remote neural manipulation and targeting, so it's really bothering me. My attackers always come up with something, but I'm going to shove it in their face. We're all going to shove it in these traders, and it's really, really the hard part of this is the automated system, how it drives the brain. But you may have human operators that figure out, like, put one thing in, right? We won't go into all that right now. Lee says, actually got a notification this time. Holy shit, Batman. That's awesome. Okay, let's get into the information, because I'm not sure how long this live stream is going to last. Everything is just freezing and stopping. So I want to get through this stuff. I'm going to have to figure out a more comfortable way, because it seems like they're getting more and more like they're just trying to stop me from doing anything. Hey, Zeta Rex. Zeta Rex says, yeah, that was light speed, yo. I can't even see myself doing it. And when you're trying to do funny stuff, you need to kind of see what you're doing to see if it's funny. And it's just like frozen. It's just frozen. All right, I'll stop talking about it. Hey, Truth. How you doing, man? You had surgery, Tanya? Let's get to this information. I want to show y'all something that we all need to be doing. This is going to take a while to pull this stuff off. This sucks. It's like, even if I have the energy to do like consistent videos and stuff, which I don't, my attackers just freeze everything up. And then talking about it ain't good. Like, talking about it, it's just nobody wants to hear it. So we need to look at this, guys, because we got 2 days on this. We got 2 days on this. I hope this is sharing the screen. I'm going to have to check it twice. I'm going to have to check this twice because it wasn't sharing last time when I'd share the screen. But you guys check this out. I didn't put this link in the description, but this is call for input to a report, accountability for torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. So the UN is asking, for more specific information. The deadline is the 15th of May, right? So I'm going to put this this link in the description, and there's a little template at the bottom. Let me show you guys. I would read all this, but I'm having a lot of trouble with my computer, so I want to get to the important article, and I want you guys to just come check this out. And we all need to, if you haven't submitted this, we need to submit it by the 15th. And you can download the questionnaire here, get the questions. I guess I'll probably do it on like a Microsoft Word document, and then just email it in. I don't know. My attackers have been working on my computer for something very specific. Like, it seems they're always working on it to freeze up Windows and stuff. And it seems like it was for this reason. It was, to control live streams and stuff like that. Just make them really slow. Make the bit rate horrible while it's processing onto YouTube and stuff like that, so that people won't want to watch it, right? So I've got to figure out how to make things look better, especially when we're putting out important information. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The people actually telling the truth in society are like living on shoestrings, and the people lying just have all the resources in the world. Water is money to them. Money is water. They use money like water is the deal. Okay, now I got to go back and see if I'm still live streaming. Okay, looks like I'm still on. Hey, DePlume. Did I not say? And hey, Paul. Paul says, Vulcan, my boy, we got your back. Thank you, Paul. Paul Bettany. I like that name. Paul Bettany. I liked him as Vision in all the stuff he's done. I like Paul Bettany in everything he's done. He's a really nice guy. Okay, let's get to the important articles, but remember, we're going to do this at the end. We're going to go back to that, the United Nations call for submissions again. And I'll put that in the description. I forgot to put it in the description before I came. Maybe I did. Maybe I put it in there. I don't remember. But I'm going to show y'all something pretty hopeful right now. And we're going to kind of complain about it a little bit. We're going to have some commentary on it. And there's 3 of them. Let's just go to the New York Times. We'll go to the so I got one from the Bharat Express News, News Chant USA, and then the New York Times. And they're all the same. They're all the same pretty much. saying exactly the same things, right? So mysterious ailments are said to be more widespread among U.S. personnel. But listen to this. The Biden administration has begun more aggressively investigating episodes that left spies, diplomats, soldiers, and others with brain injuries, right? And I am being attacked for years and years and years, and you guys in chat are being attacked by not mysterious. They're not mysterious. We can tell them. We can tell them because we said it when it started. They're remote microwave attacks, remote electromagnetic frequency attacks. There's sonic in there. There's sonic. And I was talking to somebody. I don't want to go into that right now because it's a long story. I might just make an individual video on it. But, you know, I think that sonic, infrasound, ultrasound is electromagnetic, but there's obviously certain forms of sonic weaponry that can be directed to that is not electromagnetic in nature. I think everything is. Sound, everything is electromagnetic in nature, and I think that's the thing. But I was talking to somebody and they were like, well, no, sonic has nothing to do with electromagnetic frequencies. And just what I've learned about energy and resonance, everything is an electromagnetic frequency. Or everything encompasses that. But anyway, the sonic weapons can be used, but they're integrated directed energy weapon systems. And I think that sonic weapons would be classified as directed energy. You know, so it's like they can be hitting some person with microwaves and sonic attacks at the same time with an integrated directed energy weapon system. But they're not mysterious. These attacks are not mysterious. And I was just thinking about it today. You know, I sent my mom this article. I haven't sent my dad this article yet. Oh, this is going to be tough. They got my. They don't only freeze my computer, but they'll, like, when I'm going. Ooh, I don't want to talk about this, but when I'm like going down the page, they'll speed it up and then they'll freeze it again. So it's like I'm not just taking the little bar and going down. I'll stop talking about it. It's just it is an attack. I'm having a cyber attack right now on my computer by people assigned to me under like working for a contractor, and I'm being pummeled by microwaves, and I got remote neural manipulation going on too. So it's like my computer's being hacked to stop me from getting information out, not to stop it completely. They don't want that. They want to slow it down and make me and unfocus me so that it's hard to get this important information out, and mess with my brain so that it's hard to focus, and in that way they can just kind of crud it up, so, you know, in hopes that people won't watch it. Like, these people are complete cowards, and that's factual. I'm not saying that out of anger. I'm just saying that as a fact. Like, anybody who's participating in any of this secretive, in the shadows, you know, messing with people by gang stalking or cyber-placed agents or the microwavers, like serious cowardice. But what we have a problem with in our society is there's a cult running through it, and new philosophies of nihilism where people don't see cowardice as cowardice. They just see cowardice as being smart, right? So that's a real disease. That's a disease, and it's been brainwashed into people's head that it doesn't matter how you get something done, just as long as you get it done. But as moral people understand, the means are the ends. How you get somewhere is where you're going to get. So if they're torturing all these people with neuroweapons and everything and trying to create a neuro society or some kind of utopia after killing off billions of human beings on the world, well, that's going to be a hellscape. And it's not going to be good for human beings, because the energy, the low resonance energy to get there will be the low resonance state once you get there. The ends are the means. The ends justify the means is the biggest lie told in the history of humanity. And it never goes right. People may get material wins and material stuff, but it's never right. It's never right for the human being that did the bad thing or the human being that's getting the bad thing done to them. Okay, I'm sorry, ranting. I was thinking about making a video yesterday and just kind of ranting so that I could come on and do a live stream. Okay, so the U.S. Embassy in Havana, the mysterious symptoms that struck diplomats in Cuba and China were first reported in 2016. So this is by 3 people: Eric Schmidt, Edward Wong, and Julian E. Barnes. They had to get a team to write about this, and in all the other articles that I found, you know, are basically the same. So, Washington, mysterious episodes. Let me get my tablet out, guys. They know how that's frustrating, man. It's frustrating because not a lot of people like watch our channels anyway, and then my attackers are really trying to make it look cruddy. If you go back to the live streams, I'm just like a blob that you can barely see my eyes because everything's so pixelated. So instead of just cutting me off of YouTube or deleting my channels or, you know, making it so I can't, well, they can't really make it so I can't make videos. They've tried, but it's just like, I mean, I'll get on here if I'm retarded. Like, I'll get on here if my brain is, you know, maybe not as much, but I'll get on here even if I'm, you know, like I am now. I don't know, I just hate them. I hate these people. And I was just thinking, you know, everything's coming out in the mainstream. Why are our attackers not just like, well, let's kind of just let it ride out. If it's going to end and the program's going to end, let's just kind of go easy on these people and they may get out of this. I don't know why they wouldn't be thinking that. Probably because they're evil. But it's like my attackers are going way, way harder on me at this point in time than before all this information started coming out about the new people being hit by the remote microwaves. I guess that's pretty obvious. I guess it's pretty obvious that they would do that. I just think sometimes that some common sense is going to kick in or something. You know. Alright guys, let me get to it. Let me get to it. I hope all you guys are okay. And then I got to put that link in here. And happy Thursday night. I'm going to the chat so I can see what y'all are typing in. But let me be reading this. So, Washington, mysterious episodes. So that's BS because the CIA and the Pentagon know exactly what it is. That caused brain injuries in spies, diplomats, soldiers, and other U.S. personnel overseas starting 5 years ago. Let me correct that. In every country after World War II, during World War II and after World War II, people started to be experimented on by microwave weapons, right? And they've scaled up with training, research, and development these weapon systems, and they've been experimenting on people since World War II and after World War II. Every country have been building up the weapon infrastructure around the globe, and they've been experimenting on their own citizens. So this is not a new thing, but what's happened is it's coming out because more governmental workers are getting hit with it. So now it's a problem. As long as it was just normal people, you know, they didn't really, nobody had to really say anything about it. They just call us mentally ill and throw us into a thing. But now it's like CIA agents and stuff like that, and their lives are worth something where ours are not. You know, that's kind of the thinking on this because the world is satanic. So they're like, well, the people that work for the system and will do anything for the system, they're getting hurt, and they'll do anything for us, right? But these citizens that were kind of like living outside of the system, at least government, right, in military-industrial complex, well, they're not any use to us. They're not going to just be compliant and murder people if we ask them to and all this stuff. So we'll just throw them in mental institutions and just completely reject the notion that they're being experimented on by anything, right? So that's about to end. Their little lie is about to end, and this stuff is just stalling it. But this is the dominoes falling. You see, 130. Look, okay, so that caused brain injuries in spies, diplomats, soldiers, and other U.S. personnel overseas starting 5 years ago. Now number more than 130 people. Let's change that to millions. Millions, maybe hundreds of millions around the world being hit with this stuff. This is a cover-up of the vastest proportions we've ever seen on the earth, just like all the other stuff that the New World Order is doing. The biggest crime, Jeff C. would say, the biggest crime that's ever been committed, with many multiple crimes on top of global crimes happening, you know, and it's going to end soon. Like, people are going to get so... They're going to get angry enough, and not just us, but, you know, normal people who all this other stuff is happening to, and then it's going to be game on. I don't want to see a civil war or anything, but, you know, they're already talking about it in France. The generals in France are like, if y'all don't stop doing this, there's going to be a civil war. You had, hold on one second, guys. You had all those generals. How many generals was it that they all signed a petition saying that Joe Biden is like completely not capable of being president or commander-in-chief, you know. So things are going hog wild. Rydberg sensors, that sounds interesting to put. Really, Tanya says, Kyle, they turn up the torture on my family more in Australia. I think it's coming towards the end, and I think these people don't know what's going to happen. So they're probably hitting us hard. My attackers are hitting me so much harder. They're not like hitting me bodily harder, but my body, they're doing the remote neural manipulation where it's like my spine feels compressed and like my head, and then sometimes they'll do remote neural manipulation to my vagus nerve, like, so it's hurting over here, and then they'll shoot an external beam where they're stimulating the vagus nerve to really try and damage the vagus nerve on the side of my skull. So it's really scary stuff for me. It's not like they're just like, oh, it's the ringing in the ears and oh, they're messing with my brain. They're really trying to like cause some kind of like a blood vessel to get damaged or nerve to get damaged in my head or an aneurysm or something like that. So for me, it's very scary. And I don't mean to scare any of y'all, but it gets pretty scary. It gets pretty scary when I'm just sitting here, and if I'm enjoying myself or I just talked to somebody and I had a good conversation, I'm feeling hopeful and faithful, that's when they'll like turn on the remote neural manipulation, and then it's like, and then external hit straight to the temple right here, and then it's like a stinging feeling, and I'll like do this, I'll move and it'll stop, right? Because then they have to reposition the beam. And then my leg, man, they just tear up my leg. Other stuff too, stomach stuff, nausea. But yeah, it seems to be getting really. Okay. So Plume says Rydberg sensors are supposed to be upgraded to detect the whole radio spectrum. It will be a commercial device coming out at the end of this year. That sounds really promising. Lori says, we've been trying to tell them, now they care because the greed and sadism doesn't end with us. No, it's going to eat everybody. And that's why, and I think a lot of people, we were all saying this. We were like, well, we'll just wait till a politician gets hit. Or just wait till somebody with clout gets hit. And then and that's happening now. So there's no putting the worms back in the can, right? And a lot of people have been saying that many targeted individuals around the globe are bombarding their senators and their leaders with letters and everything in the UN. So it's just going to happen, right? It's just happening, but we need to put in whatever we can put in to add to it, right? To add that swell of awareness, the dam breaking and everything. So we need to be sending, like I was talking to somebody, and people are sending emails, and there's a template going around. If somebody could email me that template, but we're emailing our state senators, and then I think the two people, I know Marco Rubio was one, and then there's some senators that I think they're getting ready for a Senate investigative committee on this one, about this incident, so we need to be sending them emails. Tyler says, can you turn hate into love? I think you can overwhelm hate with love. Maybe you can. Maybe you can just transmute hate into love. Tanya says, no one cares about us targeted individuals. I think a lot of people care about us. A lot more are going to care about us. So just like wait. You guys need to be patient and hang on, because we could really get a lot more help. Hey, Brittany. Brittany says, hey, Kyle, so good to see you. It is good to see you, too. Hey, Obi-Wan Hashobi. Obi-Wan Hashobi said they can cause allergy and cold symptoms, jerks. Yeah, definitely. And that's one of the things. It's like when I get hurt on the left side, it's like my sinus over here. I'll have trouble breathing because it's like they're remote neural manipulating all the nerves and muscles, like on the side of my face. I got some of the stuff that was going wrong over there kind of fixed, so it's a little bit better. But it really, really hurts when they're doing an external hit on the side of my head along with the remote neural manipulation. You know. Wanted to see if I admit. And Sleeping Beauty. Hey, Sleeping Beauty. Okay, so let's go through this. Yeah, Brittany says hate destroys. Don't harbor hate, y'all, please. Yeah, let's not hate anybody. Let's just get justice. I want justice. I want justice. I want justice. I want these cowards who participated in this and said, well, it's just too big and we've just got to participate and hurt these innocent people. I want them to get so effed for their bad decision. I want the tables to turn, and I want these people at the top of the pyramid who are so evil to eat these people, to point. They're going to be pointing the finger at Russia for a while, but then after a while that's not going to work, and they're going to have to, like, they're going to have to admit that their own countries were experimenting on their people, and then I want them to scapegoat the people microwaving us. This is awesome right now. Like, my attackers are trying to make me forget what I'm about to say, but I'm like pushing through, so I'm getting my brain back. Not really getting my brain, fighting though. Okay, Taylor, stop it. Stop it, Tyler. Stop it. Stop it, Tyler. Stop it. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. We are the aliens. I can see what you're saying there. No, it's people doing this to us. People in automated systems doing this to us. Right now, it's not aliens because it's so organized and it's happening to so many people around the globe. What you can do right now, that's why I get a little bit perturbed. So let's go through this article. We can talk about some of that later. That's why I kind of didn't look at the chat at first, because I knew that would happen. Then I would just start reading all y'all's chats. The number of cases within the CIA, the State Department, the Defense Department, and elsewhere spurred broad concern in the Biden administration. The initial publicity confirmed cases were concentrated in China and Cuba and numbered about 60, not including a group of injured CIA officers whose total is not public. Because you gotta figure this, they had CIA all over the world in all these different countries, and since these countries, the intelligence agencies have these weapons and have remote neural monitoring, they have, I'm telling you guys, they have a protocol now where they're checking out their embassies. They're remote neural monitoring everyone that they even suspect of being some kind of agent from another country. They're finding out by looking in the visual cortex and the inner voice of those people who's who, and then they're torturing the hell out of any intelligence agent that came to their country. So it's just this Cold War that's bubbling up. And it's so much experience, and it's all just going to come out. I don't know how they're going to cover this up. I don't see a possibility of them. I don't in the past it was like I don't see how a possibility of this coming out. I mean, because they won't let this out ever. But now it's like I don't see any possibility of this staying covered up, like us, like what's happening to us. Because they have to admit, like they're like, okay, well there's a few cases. And then there's more reports, so they got to admit there's over hundreds of cases, right? Or over 100 cases. And then there's going to be more reports and everything, and they're just not going to be able to lie about it, And we've got to be reporting what's happening to us. Yeah, Brittany says, wow, Sleeping Beauty, and to think about how much more advanced they've gotten since. Yeah, they keep getting more and more advanced. I don't know. You know what I really think about that? Sleeping Beauty says Dr. Duncan claims that the aliens are a mind control cover. You guys want to know what I really think about that? I really think that there were alien abductions, like way early on, and we back engineered spacecraft from certain extraterrestrials. Why wouldn't we back engineer their chipping human beings and abducting human beings and maybe even torturing human beings with certain frequencies? I think maybe like part of an angle, Tesla, World War II, but in World War II, the Nazis, right, they seem to be in contact with something. I'll just say something, right? And I'm not saying that aliens are doing this to us, right? I'm saying that some of these protocols and things like that, and how to make an implant that can stay inside the human body and not denigrate, right? That was probably back engineered from something that was not just discovered by us humans. Like, that's really what I think. And I mean, I've studied a lot on it. Oh yeah. Ella Free put up more billboards. Where'd she put them? She put them up in San Francisco. Devotee says nonsense. There's no do. This is all. So you're not getting hit with do weapons, Devotee? Is that what you're saying? Because there's most definitely do weapons. I don't know what I have a hard time with that. Like people still saying it's not the government. People still like going it's not do weapons. I just immediately suspect y'all of being agents. Like there's no, because I'm like common sense tells you it's so organized, so it has to be the military industrial complex, and then obviously there are weapons because all these agents are being hit by weapons, and I'm really suspect because a lot of these programs are trying to hold it down real tight. Like instead of just going, okay, it's coming out, let's figure out something else, they don't change course. Like agents and gang stalkers and these microwave attackers, they don't change course. They have no choice. They have no course to change to because their bosses aren't ready for this. Their bosses haven't been told about what happens when this stuff comes out. Are we just going to stop or whatever? And so they never change course. They keep the same stupid stories all the time. And I have trouble not being very suspicious of people who aren't using their common sense and going, this is like an organized thing all over the world. It's causing burns on people. You know, people are talking about like, you know, severe heat on their bodies. The weapon systems exist. You know, and I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying that's what my mind goes to. Like, it's a fake person or something. But yeah, there's demons in the world, definitely. Oh, really, Obi-Wan Hashobi? Okay, let's get to this. So the number of cases within the CIA, the State Department, and the Defense Department, and elsewhere spurred broad concern in the Biden administration. The initial that's spelled wrong. Publicity confirmed cases were concentrated in China and Cuba and numbered about 60, not including a group of injured CIA officers whose total is not public. The new total adds cases from Europe and elsewhere in Asia and reflects efforts by the administration to more thoroughly review other incidents amid concern over a spate of them in recent months. So this is over many decades that people have been being tortured by these weapons. It's not a spate of them in recent months. This is where it's so many people getting hit with remote microwave weapons that they have to, and it's been in these very serious situations that they couldn't cover up, and now they got to start talking about it. So they're like, oh, well, these recent incidents, we're trying to figure them out. But every country's been torturing their citizens with these for years, for decades and decades and decades. We need to set that record straight, and we do need to bombard anybody we can with our testimonies, which I'm sure a lot of TIs are already doing. We need to get on up in there. They're just not going to be able to be like, okay, well, this CIA agent, he's got kind of a headache, and you know, we think it's Russian intelligence doing it to him. You're a citizen who was reporting it, because I mean, I have police reports from 2013, 2014, where I'm saying I'm being hit with microwave weapons with non-ionizing microwave radiation. So we can go back to that, see where I was saying it right, see where some of you other TIs have made reports on this and what you said. And there's no way that our schizophrenia could have predicted this actual reality, right? It makes more sense because it's the reality of the situation that they were experimenting on many people for a long time before it became operational, before, during, and after it became operational, right? So since December, at least 3 CIA officers have reported serious health effects from episodes overseas. One occurred within the past 2 weeks, and all have required the officers to undergo outpatient treatment at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center or other facilities. Now, let me tell you this. Let me say this. The Pentagon and the CIA trying to cover this up and act like they don't know what it is a threat to national security. You want me to tell you why? You want me to tell you why the Pentagon and the CIA trying to cover this up is a threat to national security? Let me tell you why. Let's just take one example. Let's take the guy, the CIA agent over in Moscow. He gets hit by microwaves, right? He's like, it's worse than getting hit by a bullet in a war. He comes back home. He says, I have constant headaches still, right? So Russian intelligence is still hooked into that man. Russian intelligence is still hooked into his head. It's still remote neural monitoring him so they can see what he sees. Then he's going into classified military medical settings for him to tell them about the whole incident and for them to expose how they take care of like CIA agent patients and stuff like that. And that's all going back to Russia, right? You see? But because that doctor has no idea, that military doctor has no idea what he's dealing with, nor does the CIA agent. I know more. We do. All of us sitting here. I'm sorry, my level's off and I talk very loud, so I need to not do that. But all of us sitting here know more about neuroweapons and what's happening with these integrated directed energy weapon systems than this CIA agent who got hit in Moscow. At least from what he says, right? Maybe he knows a lot more, but then he goes on the mainstream media and he has to say it a certain way so he can get help, right? And not let it out that a bunch of citizens are getting hit with it. Yeah, Tyler. Yeah. The CIA agent? Hey, Jen. Brittany says, I'm to the point where I don't think everyone is born with common sense anymore. Yeah, that's a good point. I just don't get how so many people can't see things the way they really are. Yeah, it's just, a lot of things are just obvious, but it's like society teaches us not to think with common sense. Some people it doesn't take, and they're just like, no, I just want the truth and common sense. But some people, they're a little bit more compliant and they want to live a comfortable life. So they start seeing things the way society wants them to see them, acting the way that society wants them to act. And it gives them some short-term comfortability for all of our children, nieces and nephews, future, the next generations to just be horribly without faith or humanity or soul. And then after that, after they're programmed into being very cynical, nothing matters, and then LGBTQ, and then like, hey, we should have communism in America and everything like that, and the other countries too, indoctrinating children into like socialism and globalism. But then after that, then their brains will be taken over, and then their genes will be picked out of what they want them to have, so then they can be good little slaves, right? So people right now are saying, well, if I just cooperate with the system, and I know it's kind of evil, I can get short-term gain, I can take care of my family, but they're taking care of a family and children that later down the road, if they keep doing this, their children are going to live in a hellscape that they can't even imagine. So short-term comfortability has never really been a problem for me. I guess it's also because I was targeted and I was put into this position of like, we have to stop this or I'll never even be able to just do normal things in my life, right? And I can still do normal things, but y'all know what I mean. It's a lot harder. Hey, Misfit Surviving. Misfit Surviving says, what they do to us TIs is premeditated attempted murder. Yes, it's slow rape. It's slow rape. It's worse rape, because if people know rape as like somebody getting raped, like guys getting raped or women getting raped, and it's a physical rape and that's traumatic. But raping the brain 24 hours a day and pushing the brain over, and this is in some of the further stages of the targeting, right? Raping the brain so that the person may not ever be completely who they were again, right? It's going over the line into beyond the evils of Satanism, right? Because people are getting this cold, cult-like feeling. You remember I explained the Jim Jones cult where the mother killed her 3 kids because Jim Jones said it's time? So that's what they're doing. They have this mindset and they're like, okay, well, my cult leader said that I gotta murder these people 24 hours a day, right? And so it's a cult mentality that's taken over. It's not just people going, I want to be evil and hurt people. They're taking orders from a cult. And they're like, this is the way you fit in. This is the way you go along, right? I don't think a lot of us have that problem. And I think that's why we're targeted. Because I would never join a cult. Yeah, Angela says, Misfit Surviving, they're killing my dad too. They're calling it dementia. I call it mind control. Yeah, they're really hurting my dad too. I know they're in his head. They almost killed him when he got an aneurysm. He says he's not targeted, but he like he doesn't know how many people they're targeting, and I think I think he's being targeted in such a way where they're not like giving him V2K, they're just kind of putting impulses in his head and stuff like that. It's really bad. It's like I feel so helpless because I can't even, like, it's like even if my parents would be like, yeah, we are getting targeted, what do we do about this? Then we could get a couple of things, but it may not. It would maybe get worse if they said, oh, I know I'm being targeted, right? Then the targeting would change to where it wasn't state of the art. It wasn't doing it to them where they couldn't figure it out. Then it would maybe be full blown. So it's a hard situation to know how to deal with. That's why I say we just, hit on this big stuff and try and stop it, or try and get up in there. It's like, I think it's going to take a long time to bring all these programs to a halt, but I think we can get up and maybe even some of us go to the Senate Investigative Committee, or maybe talk with some of these senators. Those are the people, like all these senators and a lot of people in the Justice Department, they're going to learn about these things for the first time, because they're so compartmentalized. So that's a very hopeful thing. You're going to have a lot of good people who were kept out of the loop learning about these things, and then we're going to see what's happened. We're going to see what's going to happen, because any good people that they have in any kind of government organization, they're going to keep them out of the loop of experimenting on human beings, right? But now they're going to know. They're going to know about these weapons, and then I don't see how the UN doesn't have the complete right to talk about this. Like, Niels Melzer seeing Julian Assange, he knows he's remotely microwaved and remote neural monitored, remote neural manipulated, and everything like that. He talked about cyber torture in the Human Rights Councils. Then he didn't talk about it in the the general session. He mentioned just general torture. But now, when you have it in the mainstream news all around the world, people reportedly being hit with microwave weapons, it seems like Niels Melzer, he can come out on a general session or anything and speak about this. Like, in the mainstream news, we are seeing people tortured by microwaves, right? The thing that's going on that we've got to kind of jump in and talk about and try and get it out there, right, is that these weapons can send signals to and from the brain. They're picking up things from the brain, right? And a lot of people in the United States, even the doctors at Walter Reed, like I said, they're treating these people with probably pretty secretive protocols and asking them about exactly what happened. So Russia's going to be in that guy's head. Russia's going to, or I'm not saying Russia's doing all this to everybody. If China intelligence, Cuban intelligence, whatever, or and I guess if America's doing it to some of these people getting treated at Walter Reed, then they're just going to see, they're going to see what they already know. Yeah. Devotee says, many things outside of the belief in Jesus Christ. Believing in Jesus Christ, hold on to your faith and hold on to God in the name of Jesus Christ is like number one, because everything else flows from that. If you try and trust in this world, man, the world will let you down again and again. I mean, we see this, right? We're looking at what the world has done and who kind of controls a lot of things in the world. But God controls all of that. Oh man, I have fun little, not conversations with my attackers, but what's it called? When you, threats about how it's like their masters at the top of the pyramid, maybe they got a little bit of power, right? But I mean, my God can change reality, and he owns all the evil that they're doing, and he can just switch it up for our good like that, Timing on this is weird. I wish God would hurry up. Please, God, hurry up. But I mean, he can just change everything in the name of Jesus Christ. Okay, so did I read this, guys? I don't know, I'm not doing too good, so let's slow down. Let's get a little drink of the Monster Energy drink. Sorry, I like the Monster Energy drink. I think it's addictive and probably has nanotechnology in it. I'm not sure about that one. Don't take that to the bank. but I don't know. I like them. I just like the taste. It's tangy. And then I quit vaping. This is an illusion. I'm really trying to quit vaping, but I quit Kratom, and I really need something. Like, I'm only taking like 2 Kratom capsules a day. Look at this. Like, I take only 2 of these a day. Like a day now. And my memory's a little, my attackers were using the Kratom, but but it was like 3 years of taking it normally. So don't worry if you're taking Kratom. People that watch it, just watch yourself on it. It's good. It really does relieve pain, but just watch it if you're just starting to use it way too regularly over many years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Brittany says yes, and God's about to call His people home. Amen. Amen. One way or the other. I read some of Revelations, and I'm like, well, maybe it won't happen exactly like that. But God's going to do it in a certain way where Revelations is going to be true. It's going to line up. So since December, at least 3. Did I read this, guys? I can't remember. My memory's so bad. Since December, at least 3 CIA officers have reported serious health effects from episodes overseas. One occurred within the past 2 weeks, and all have required the officers to undergo. Excuse me. I ate Arby's earlier, so burping a lot. And all have required the officers to undergo outpatient treatment. Okay, I read that. Sorry, guys. I get up here, my brain's not working and stuff. And my brain's not working. Okay, let me get to the right part. It's going to take me a second. I got to do something to make this smoother. I'm going to get the camera. We're going to see what the camera does. We're going to see how much the camera fixes things. Maybe it'll fix things, but my computer's still going to be running slow. I'm going to clean off all the old videos that are taking up space, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, and listen to this, guys. And in one case in 2019 that has not previously been reported, a military officer serving overseas pulled his vehicle into an intersection then was overcome by nausea and headaches, according to 4 current and former officials briefed on the events. His 2-year-old son, sitting in the back seat, began crying. After the officer pulled away from the intersection, his nausea stopped and the child stopped crying. And we know because I've talked to a lot of mothers with children and stuff like that they hit kids. That this stuff, it's non-accountable. There's no checks and balances. So they're surveilling and messing with kids. And we all know that. Both received medical attention from the government, though it is not clear whether they suffered long-term debilitating effects. Officials suspect the officer may have been targeted. The episode upset officials in both the Trump and Biden administrations, prompting them to investigate further. That's great. That's great for that officer, that government. I guess he was a military officer. He gets hit in an intersection one time, and he gets medical help. Like me and you guys, we've been tortured for years and years and years. I've been tortured at least since 2011, but it was probably like, since I was 12, and that would be, 1981. So it was like 1993 or something maybe, or when I was born. Who knows? I don't really know. And I go to my psychiatrist, who they've assigned me to, and I tell her about these mainstream articles, and I tell her how long I've been tortured, because I've been tortured way longer than this military officer, and she says, I don't know about any of those articles. I'll give you some medication. I've got to go with you're mentally ill, right? But these people are hit one time, and they're like, oh my God, that was like, oh my God, it was like worse than a bullet. This really hurt, right? But we're getting murdered and murdered for decades. And then we go to get medical help from people, and they're like, with mainstream articles. Like talking about mainstream articles of people getting hit with remote microwaves. But since I'm not a government official, like she's like, nah, that must be crazy. That must be crazy thinking that stuff's going on. With mainstream articles happening. What the hell's going on here? What the hell's going on here, I ask? What the hell? Hey, Cheryl. How you doing? Cheryl says, hello, Sleeping Beauty. You did? Sleeping Beauty said you had Arby's too? I have an Arby's like right down the street that I never go to. And I was like, I usually get Wendy's, but I was like, man, I've had Wendy's too much. And then I was going to drive to Burger King because I like the long chicken sandwiches. I used to really like them as a kid, and I really like them now. But Burger King was like all the way down. I'd have to go through a bunch of traffic. So I was like, oh, there's an Arby's, and I've never been there. Like, it's right by my house, but I just don't like Arby's. I just don't like roast beef. If I'm in the mood, I like it. But I was like, I'll just go here. You know, nobody's there. And then I saw that Arby's sells like this chicken salad sandwich. Have you had the chicken salad sandwich, Sleeping Beauty? I just thought that was a terrible thing to have at a fast food restaurant. And it may be because of this, because my aunt and my grandma make like the best chicken salad in Louisiana. So like I'm real spoiled with chicken salad, and so I look at chicken salad from a fast food restaurant, and I was like, this isn't right. This is just not right. I'm going to protest this. I'm going to go out to that Arby's, and I'm going to have a sign. It's going to be me, and it's going to say chicken salad doesn't belong in some fast food restaurant, okay? It belongs to grandmas making them. Hey, Angela, thank you. Angela says, you're doing fine, Kyle. We're staying with you. We're TIs too. Extra patient. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know all the real TIs completely get it. Sometimes I worry about I want non-TIs coming in here, seeing y'all's comments, seeing these mainstream news articles, hearing us talking about it. And it seems like when I'm targeted worse, people who are not targeted listen to me less. Right, so I went into my psychiatrist appointment, and my attackers were. I don't know why they don't do this all the time. I guess they do stuff and then pull off certain things. But I was sitting there talking to my psychiatrist, and I literally felt like I was hallucinating. Like they did something with remote neural manipulation where like the room started to go like this, and I could tell that she was like looking at me, and like I looked like I was kind of going crazy. So I was targeted way worse, and I'm less believable to people who aren't targeted. So that's kind of my thinking on that. But you're right. Let's just do this. That's what I said today. I said I feel like crud, but let's just do this. We got important information coming out. We're just going to do it. Me and Brian are going to have a conversation on Monday at 6, but it's not going to be live streamed. We're going to try and do it on Zoom, and I'm going to try and think of a bunch of good questions to ask him. So we're going to be doing that Monday, but I might need to edit it or something like that. So Tuesday or Wednesday, we'll probably do a long conversation on Monday. So you guys be looking out for that. Yeah, okay, that's a great question. Sleeping Beauty says, how can we get the same investigations they are getting? I think at this moment, we can't. Does somebody have a good answer in chat? Because I'm thinking at this moment, you have to be some kind of government, military personnel or something like that. But we need to be calling our senator or emailing our senators. We need to be getting up in there. I don't think we're going to be able to go to Walter Reed because I think that's only agents. It's like just for government workers, right? But what I was thinking, check this out, Sleeping Beauty. I was thinking we could call Walter Reed as people being hit by this. Talk to Walter Reed. The people at Walter Reed will know about this circumstance, and then we say, is there any other hospitals, like in any other states, where there are doctors that know about this where we can go to, right? Because they have to be handling some of the overflow. There's way more than 100 or something cases. There's so many people in government reporting this stuff. There's so many regular people reporting it. They're just trying to cover it up. Like most people know. They know there's this overflow of it. But maybe we can call Walter Reed and say, is there a backup hospital? Is there a hospital for civilians who are experiencing this? And kind of dig on that information. That's the best thing I can think of right now. I'm sure there's a better idea. Yeah, David Irwin says, we can walk in Jesus' way or crawl for our tormentors. Not really a difficult choice. Yeah, exactly. Sleeping Beauty says, that's funny. Arby's is one of those places I only go to a few times a year. It's a once in a while thing. I haven't been to an Arby's in like a couple of years. Maybe in Texas we had one that I went to. I don't think I've been to Arby's in at least 2 or 3 years, even though it's right by my house. So yeah, that is kind of weird. But I swear, I mean, I just like went to it. It's not something I'm making up or anything like that. Beef and cheddar. Jennifer says beef and cheddar. And then I got a sandwich and they didn't even put cheddar. I wanted the classic beef and cheddar and they just gave me a classic without cheddar on it. So I was like, wow, I come to this RB once, they get my order wrong, you know? Okay, so we read this. Officials suspect the officer may have been targeted and his 2-year-old son probably. Because they were probably hit with like, you know, if they're at a 4-way stop, they might have been doing something where there's a huge broadband thing just hitting the whole car, right? I mean, because they can do a little beam to hit you. They can do remote neural manipulation. They can do a wide thing that can affect a lot of people's brains at once, like citywide. Citywide, if they have enough microwave towers and enough radar, and they're doing big enough, you know. And I think they could probably do that straight from a satellite. I think straight from a satellite they could do a big broadband frequency to affect a city. And I think we have that going on now. I think people need to understand people are so crazy and maybe don't have common sense as much as we would like them to because of mind control. You know, so this is a huge thing that people need to know, why the world's going so crazy, why things are clown world, why people, you know, don't care about their own survival and they just care about being part of the group that's going to get, you know, like on the left, the part of the group that's going to get screwed in the end. Like they're gonna do things that are gonna screw themselves and screw others, right? Okay, so both received medical attention from the government, though it is not clear whether they suffered long-term debilitating effects. Officials suspect the officer may have been targeted. The episode upset officials in both the Trump and Biden administrations, prompting them to investigate further. The Biden administration has not yet determined who or what is responsible for the episodes or whether they constitute attacks. Just a cover-up. I mean, it's like an investigation / cover-up. They've got to investigate something pretty much they already know because they're doing it to their own citizens, and they've got to create a narrative and be like, okay, it's gonna come out like this for now because we still want to experiment on these normal people who aren't in government, right? We've got these operational situations that will say we don't know what's going on, but we need to look into it. Stall. Right? Stalling tactics. That's what these systems do. They don't care if things come out. They understand that they're eventually going to come out anyway. So they want to stall, get as much data as they can, make as much money as they can, keep the system that they built in place as long as they can. Oh, my tablet's running out of battery. I got 15% left on it though. Oh, Brian too, Cheryl. Just me and Brian are gonna have a conversation on Monday at about 6 p.m. my time. But I'm not sure how because we're not gonna do it live stream. If I do, we're gonna try and do it on Zoom. But if I end up having to do it on StreamYard, it will show that I'm doing a live stream and I'm not. So I'll post if I have to do it on StreamYard. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty says, I agree with that, Kyle. So many people under mind control. Okay, Jacob says, Wolverine, give me a few minutes with you, brother. Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. Charles says they can't stop it anyway. They can stop the automated systems. I mean, they have to be able to pull the energy off of us, right? Like they could just stop the thing, right? So I think they could. The Biden administration and who was that? Jacob. I'll be doing some panels. You know, email me if you want to send me information, or what you can do is you can wait because I'll probably do a panel this weekend. We'll probably do a panel this weekend. Then I'll have a conversation with Brian on Monday. Hopefully we can do a panel. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do a panel this weekend. Because I'm going to go to my grandma's or my aunt's tomorrow. I don't know. I got so much stuff to do. You know, I'll try and do a panel this weekend. I'll try to. Oh no, Jacob. I'm not having people come on today. But when I do a panel, you can come on, man. If you want to, just what you want to talk about that's important, you can just put in chat or links or anything, and I could look up the link, or I could talk about what you want me to talk about. Okay. Yeah, I'm not having people come on today, because I'm just reading this article, man. But I mean, you can put it in chat, or this weekend I'll have a panel, right? So you say you have information on the companies through signals we've translated. Yeah, it's a lot of contractors. A lot of contractors and a lot of security industry specialists are doing it with these. Give me a time and date and we'll talk. Okay. Well, just email me. You know, just email me and I'll try and get back to you, man. Okay, so the Biden administration has not determined who or what is responsible for the episodes or whether they constitute attacks, though some Pentagon officials believe Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU, is that like our CIA? I thought it was the, what's it called? What's Russia? The KGB. Is most likely behind the case of the 2-year-old. And evidence has emerged that points to Russia. In other cases, the intelligence agencies have not concluded any cause or whether a foreign power is involved. As of now, we have no definitive information about the cause of these incidents, and it is premature and irresponsible to speculate. So they're backtracking? So why are they backtracking? Like, all the scientists said that it was remote microwaves and Q. Can they just backtrack? Can they just like say that? So they were all saying it's remote microwaves, saying it's directed energy. They have articles saying directed energy weapon attacks near the White House, and then they go back to saying that it's just one person saying this. She doesn't know what she's talking about. So it said Amanda J. Schock, the spokeswoman for the Office of Director of National Intelligence. Okay. So what you got here, okay, that's why. That's why she's saying like nothing definitive, because she's scared to lose her job and be murdered, right, if she says the wrong thing. But the problem that you have now, this is a great problem. Not a great problem for our country, not a great problem for the world, but you've got the things they're saying, we've got to cover up this national security problem, right? We've got to, for national security, we've got to cover up that directed energy weapons are being used like just on everybody, right? National security. At the same time doing that, they are a threat to the national security of every country because so many agents are being hit by it. It's a Cold War, everybody's being hit, and the biggest one would be the citizens in the countries are being tortured, murdered, experimented on. I think that would be the biggest one. But to them, I guess, the biggest form of a threat to national security is having all of these American agents or Australian agents or English agents going to these other countries, getting hooked up to remote neural monitoring, then coming back and getting medical treatment from secure locations that you have to have clearance to go into. So to cover it up and protect national security, they are putting every country, they are a threat to national security. You see, when we practice to deceive, what a wicked web we weave. What a wicked web we, I just did a Yoda on that. What a wicked web we weave when we practice to deceive. Sleeping Beauty said the KGB was the Committee for State Security and the main security agency for the Soviet Union until 1991. Okay. So it's just changed names. Probably operates differently now. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, David. David Irwin says, or like in quotations, or whether it constitutes an attack. There's the real problem. Law hasn't caught up with the tech. Yeah. So they're just like, well, they got sick, and we don't see anything. They got sick, and we don't see a bullet, and we don't see anything sprayed at them. You know, so is it an attack? But we all know it's an attack. Charles Hall says it could be Russia. I doubt it, but it could be. Lots of commie-looking game. No, Russia's not attacking us, man. Like, I'm not ever say you say that, Charles. Like, Russia probably hit those Syrian soldiers, but you don't even know about that. Like, those Syrian soldiers could have been hit by the United States. Like, the United States could have hit its own soldiers with remote microwaves to try and oust Russia, right? To try and make the UN try and investigate Russia for these weapons, while Russia could have given Cuban intelligence those weapons and had Cuban intelligence do all that crap to the embassy workers, so that the United States, it would have their weapons programs would have to come out, right? So you see this stuff, but if you're in the United States, you're a United States citizen, and you're not in government, and you're getting tortured and experimented on, it's the United States. They keep the experimentation in-house because they do not want other countries getting any of their advancements or what they're learning or their data or anything like that. But in Syria, maybe it was Russian intelligence that hit the Syrian U.S. soldiers, but that could have been the U.S. doing it to its own soldiers to try and get Russia in trouble. You see where lies have gone here? You see where it's like you can talk about those things and be like, well, the most common sense thing is it's this, but the lies are stacked so far on each other, right? So that it could be the U.S. doing it to try and make Russia look like it was doing it, to try and make more people look at Russia about the directed energy weapons. And I don't know why, you know, I don't think I've made things complicated my whole life, but I think God gave me a brain where I can actually see the stacks of lies sometimes. What it could be, right? Could be Russian intelligence that just hit the Syrian soldiers, but who knows? Because they're doing so many false flags on top of false flags. And the United States and all these other countries have been doing false flags for so long, right? FFs for so long that they become more and more deceitful. They've been infiltrating groups of COINTELPRO for so long that it's become more of a business, and they give people protocols to do it, and it just becomes more and more, and the lies become worse and worse. It's really bad. Lies always lead to violence. Like any lie, small lies, it always leads to violence. Lee says, these idiots that unleash this kind of power to their government by willfully participating in the harm of some citizen, the government doesn't actually think they are safe from it, rolling on the floor, laughing my ass off. How can anyone be that stupid? Yeah, I agree with you, bro. Really? Okay, Jacob says, I just moved to Missouri with my TI fiance. Cool, man. Yeah, try and get into some places without a lot of microwave towers. Not a lot of infrastructure where there's like smart infrastructure, you know. Okay, cool, Jacob. I hope you guys are doing okay. I'll talk to you, man. You just got to email me, and I'm swamped, so like I'm just really swamped, guys, and I don't want to be rude to anybody, but I'll try and do as much as I can. I'm dealing with a lot of targeting. It's hard to get back to everybody. I got a bunch of people texting me that I already have to talk to, and I don't mean to be rude. We all need to be talking to each other. We're so far along, right? That I think I don't need to be seen as like the only point of contact or anything like that, right? I'm just making videos. Y'all send me information and stuff, but we all need to be talking to each other and stuff like that. I'll try and get back to everybody, but it's pretty hard. It's just it's so many years with and I've explained this before, but new TIs coming in all the time. Then I get in contact with them, and then older TIs will kind of go out, but they'll still talk to me but not come to the videos, and then it accumulates all these people that I have to talk to, and I make them angry when I'm not able to get back to them, and it's really been it's been tough. It's been too much. It's been where I've been like, just for that reason, of making people angry and not being able to keep in contact, I've been like, I've just got to stop making videos because I don't want that negative, like something that's truthfully too hard for me to do. I don't want that, you know, making people give me thumbs down and just kind of rolling into a negative thing, right? I'm not going to quit the videos, but you guys should know, because I hear this a lot. I'm getting way off topic, but there are some TIs that have, like, you know, they've moderated calls, done videos, and then they've left. And I hear stuff from some TIs like, oh, that person was a fake, they were a perp, and they just came in for a little while and then left. And I was like, no, because I've done this and I've wanted to leave, and it kind of gets to pile up. Like, you want to put information out, but then it's like you're the point of contact where everybody wants to tell you their important information, which is great. You know, I have you know, videos that I want to make, but then it's kind of like, I just want to put up stuff that I think is important, that I'm thinking is important, because I can barely do that. So if you got all this different stuff, you know, you maybe it's the same stuff, but a lot of TIs they're taking different, because there's so many angles to this, and they're like, well, here's this stuff that I think is important, is different than what you want to cover, but you need to do your channel about this. And that's what it's kind of like. And I'm not saying that Jacob's doing that at all. I'm just saying a lot of people are doing a lot of different stuff, and it's like hard enough for me to just, the stuff that I think is super important for us, for me to get that out on videos. You know what I'm saying? I'm not complaining. It's just over a long time, and I'll definitely talk to you guys. I just don't want anybody to get their feelings hurt, you know, if I can't get in touch with everybody. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. And I will, Jacob. Okay, Jacob. Yeah, definitely, man. Audio now. Did y'all go to, like, Dr. Hoffer or something? Okay, man, I'll definitely do that. I will, man. I will, because I need some important information to put out. It's just cause I just don't want to. I don't want people to think that I'm ignoring them or anything. I don't want to cut you, because it's like people email me, give them my number, and then it's like I can't. Like, I have my family stuff, and then it's like I can barely just put out information that I find. And I just don't want people to think like I'm just like, I'm not going to talk to anybody, you know. It gets rough. It gets rough. Am I still on? Okay, as of now, we have no definitive. Okay. The Biden administration has not determined who or what is responsible for the episodes or whether they constitute attacks, though some Pentagon officials believe Russia's military intelligence agency, the GRU, is most likely behind the case of the 2-year-old, and evidence has emerged that points to Russia in other cases. The intelligence agencies have not concluded any cause or whether a foreign power is involved. So, I mean, I can answer. This is a big article and a big investigation, and this little dude sitting in his house with you guys, and we can answer these questions. A lot of people can answer these questions. It's directed energy. It's probably microwaves. It's either microwaves or some kind of electromagnetic frequency, directed energies, being directed at this father and his child. And it's probably, where did he get hit? Was he in Russia? Well, it was probably Russian intelligence. It was probably Russian intelligence or Russian DOD. And it's like, he's a military officer. What kind of military officer is he? If he's a CIA agent or anything like that, then Russia's remote neural monitoring people in certain places, and it's finding the CIA agents, then it's torturing the hell out of them, and it gets them out of their country. I guarantee you the United States is doing the same thing to other foreign agents coming in here. They're scanning them. I think they can do a wide scan on many brains now. This technology is probably advanced to that point where they can do a wide scan of maybe like 30 people and kind of get the gist of what's going on in all of their brains, and they can see who's the CIA agents. Obviously, they're going to use this technology for that, right? They're going to use this technology to be able to pinpoint spies, right? And we're seeing that, and that's the thing that's bringing all this out, is the spy games, right? Excuse me. Oh yeah, Lee says, Kyle was the first person in the world I talked to about this, sadly. That was beginning of 2010, 11 years ago. Long time, mate. We all deserve a huge break and help. Yeah, that was at the beginning of 2010? I thought that was like 2012 or something. When Yan says there's so much evil in the world already against us doing these things, infiltrating the stuff we don't need TIs hating on other TIs. It's awful. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, the Wise Ninja, Kyle, that shirt has a lot happening. I forgot that I put the blue screen on. I might get a real green screen or blue screen and do some cool stuff. I was feeling so bad today that I had to do something. Okay, Jacob says we have recording MS of microwaves and nanodust using infrared technology. That's all. Okay, so you can actually see it. Yeah, you can. If you got something, I'll check out what you're talking about, Jacob, and we'll talk. And then you can, if it's something where you can see the stuff, we'll definitely set something up and you can come on. Definitely, okay. I'm not trying. I'm just like I'm just having a hard time getting everything done in my life. I don't want to commit to. I just don't want to commit to a bunch of stuff because it's kind of like Brian. Like I got to do that interview, and it's like I know I'm trying. I'm saying I'm trying to grow my channel. It's tough when you're really targeted, and it's not like never mind. It's just forget everything I said. I'll definitely talk to you, Jacob, and I'll talk to people. I just don't want people to think I'm rude or something like that. Yeah, that's the thing. DePlume says, "Yup, are you able to take it to court?" That the thing on it. My thing is like I think we need to see it. We need to record it. We need to put it out there as evidence. But I think that like a judge or police, they would even see the best evidence that you have of directed energy like coming in, and they would be like, that could be anything, right? It's like with this stuff, psychiatrists, law enforcement, doctors, it's like even if you bring them the most concrete evidence, even if you burn skins on your face, right? You have burn skins on your face and like skin peeling off you that's been burnt by microwaves and stuff, and doctors are like, oh, well, that could be just some kind of psoriasis, a new type of psoriasis. All the other psoriasis don't do that, but this could be a new psoriasis, because that I can handle. I can't handle directed energy weapons, right? That learning psychiatrist that I go to, she can't handle this. Society is purposefully unequipped to deal with directed energy weapon attacks, right? We've all seen that. My parents they know everything. They've been in working for businesses, could fix any problem. My dad actually says that as a joke. He's like, you figured out the problem to bring to me that I can't solve. The only one thing that I wouldn't be able to solve. And I agree with him. He can solve anything. So the whole thing about this is not that people are bad. Not that people are, people are bad. Some people are bad, but like your families and people that you know that maybe they don't know about this, they are unequipped. We as a society were purposefully, all that information of what they were going to be testing on us and everything was not only hidden, but it was put into the DSM as a way to punish those who were being experimented on. They made it so society would be completely unequipped to deal with this problem. But it's still being dealt with, you see? It's still being dealt with because at a certain time, too many things come out and people start saying, okay, now whatever we have to do to become equipped, whatever we have to learn, it's so evil that we just got to do it, right? And that's what's going to happen. Hey, Targeted in Michigan. Targeted in Michigan says I put out a video of hard evidence of a weapon coming out of a pole barn outside light that can't be seen by the naked eye or a cell phone camera. I have hard evidence and still no help. Yeah, Targeted Michigan. Yeah, a lot of us do. It's just that the evidence isn't seen as hardcore evidence because people just kind of poo-poo it away, right? You bring it to a policeman and they're like, this could be this or that, right? That's our problem. I've been telling people this since the beginning because I felt this instinctually. This is going to be a cart before the horse, right? We're all like every TI is like, I got this good evidence and this should get me out of this, right? But nobody's equipped. Society's not equipped to take your evidence and do anything with it. Police aren't equipped to do anything with it. They're equipped to gang stalk you, The FBI is equipped to gang stalk you. The contractors are equipped to microwave your ass and my ass, right? But they're not equipped to help, to fix it, to fix this in any way, right? That's going to be changing because more people are going to step in who are compartmentalized out of this stuff. They're going to start finding out, and they're going to start saying, well, we need to start getting equipped to deal with this crap because people are being murdered everywhere, right? Even probably some of the people who are like the Pentagon and the CIA, they're going to have to go, okay, we'll have some groups to actually fix this, right? And they won't care because they're just getting data in there. They don't care that they won't care that it's ending. Because it's all about just, getting data and stuff like that. Yeah, I love you too, Target at Michigan. Just stay strong, guys. Jacob said, never lose hope, never ever, and we're so close. The Wise Ninja says, coffee and Kyle go good together. Yeah, because I'm like, hopefully I'll be more balanced out. Since I'm not taking the kratom anymore, maybe I'll get a little bit more homeostasis. Because I was like taking it so, like at first it wasn't that bad. It's my attackers using it. Like my attackers using it against me because it would make my breathing more, my lungs suppressed. Because I was taking like 12 a day, maybe sometimes like 14 a day, and I didn't think it was that bad. It's kind of but it's just like everything in this targeting. I take the kratom, and at first there were no bad side effects, but then took it too long. There's bad side effects, so gotta stop taking it. But then it's like I get off of it, and there's bad stuff about not taking it. And I'm not talking about withdrawals or anything. I'm just talking about like the stuff my attackers do is different. Like they can keep me up more. It's like they can do certain things to my memory's better, but some of the pain to my spine is worse, without the kratom. So it's like, I gotta stop it and recalibrate, and then some things are worse, It's tough. Joyce, we can see you. Joyce says they won't let me in chat so far. We see you, Joyce. We see you. We see you. And hey, Christopher says I have to take a lot of vitamins and things because of these directed energy weapons. I'll tell you what, these Nature's, I can't find them here. I can't find them right now. I'm taking a pretty good vitamin. Jacob, that's so important, man. Never lose hope. Especially at this point, guys. At this point, guys, we shouldn't lose hope because we're getting close, and we're getting close to where we'll be able to go talk to people. And the United Nations has a fund for people who are tortured and who it wrecks their life. So that's even before that we can get a lawyer and maybe get not reparations but settlements or rulings by the court. Right? There's going to be a ton of stuff coming out about this. It's kind of exciting. It's kind of like, well, it's the turning of the tables, and maybe a lot of this torture that we're going through, we can get enough money so that we don't have to go back to work or anything, but with help from the UN and the government. And at this point, the government's giving so much money away that I actually think they would want something like this. What you've got to understand is they want a more global police force, and they want to give away a lot of money. So if they have to pay out to all of these citizens being hit by microwave weapons, right? I mean, that'll destroy the country. It'll destroy the country, right? You know how they're doing these huge stimuluses and everything like that, $1 trillion stimuluses, and then Biden extending unemployment $300, and then the pipeline. That pipeline thing. Okay, this is a different subject, but they're just spending money like water, right? And I think they want to do that so that it causes inflation and it makes everything harder for Americans. There was something else. What? Oh man, I can't remember. That pipeline thing. They're saying it's Russia that did the pipeline hacking, but then they're paying a ransom because it's ransomware. So they're paying like $5 million, or one of the companies is paying like $5 million or something. If it was Russian intelligence hacking in and messing up infrastructure like that, why would they ask for a ransom of $5 million? That if paid, they would just release it, you know? I guess I need to do a video on that specifically. 42:45 in chat. Thursday night. Okay, let's get back to the article. I can't remember if I read. Okay, Moscow has repeatedly denied any involvement, and you know, maybe didn't. You might have people. This is how much everyone's lying. Is that you could have that CIA agent, that American CIA agent over in Moscow, could have been hit by the United States intelligence agencies, so that he would have a story about Russia maybe hitting him, right? And then they, you see, it's so like they're all doing it. They're all all these countries are complicit in murdering their citizens and using these weapons against each other. So now they got to find the one that they can all agree they can blame it on, right? And then but after, I mean, I don't know. It's just going to come out anyway. It's like that person they're all pointing the finger at is going to be doing operations to make their weapons programs come out. So all these countries are trying to do. I think they're trying to do these geopolitical situations where they want these weapons programs to be revealed in each other's countries, right? I don't know. Still thinking about it. It gets yeah. Tyler says so much lying. I mean, that's what people are learning to do nowadays. That's what people are being trained to do as their job, is lie about who they are as they walk out into the community, or as they sit at their computer screen and a man modifies his voice, man modifies his voice to sound like a woman, or a woman modifies their voice to sound like a Mexican wrestler or something like that, or they modify their what voice did my attackers use the other day? I can't remember. They only do it for a little while. Oh, Blade, because I like Blade. Like, we're gonna have to watch Blade for movie night over on I can't even remember. I don't even use it enough to remember what it's called. The other social media platform. That's really bad. What's that platform called, y'all? Where you get lemons and stuff. But we're gonna have to play Blade, because I love the part where Blade goes. He's talking about vampires. And he's like, he's talking about politicians actually. And somebody's asking him. He uses the phrase so much though, but somebody asked him who's the president of the United States or something like that, and he's like, some asshole, right? And then when he's talking about vampires, he'll go, bunch of assholes. I love Blade, man. I feel like we are Blade, because there's a bunch. D-Live. How could I not remember D-Live? I haven't used it in so long. Angel says, don't forget to thumbs up, Kyle. Yeah, please give me a thumbs up and subscribe if you're new to the channel. So much important information is going to be coming out about this stuff, guys. It's the perfect time to make a channel just mirroring news stories or anything like that. You don't have to like put yourself out and your face out, but just to like try and get the information coming out, right? And then I think the big goal right now, this is just me thinking out loud, the big goal is to get us in an article like this, right? And let me go back up to the top for a second. God, it's so loud. I got to get I know this is going to sound loud on the back play, because my levels are, my attackers do so much stuff to my levels, the way it looks. So while no military personnel has been injured in combat zones, several were hurt in Europe and Asia, according to former officials. But you see, if you go back up, it may have been in one of the other articles. Let me go to one of the other articles real quick. It's going so slow. See, they said first others. I think in one of the other articles. Let's go to the news chant. News chant. Okay. Mysterious episodes that precipitated brain accidents. Wow, what an article. Mysterious episodes that precipitated brain accidents. You mean injuries? Are we changing the language so much? It's even worse than just brain injury. Brain accidents. Okay, in spies, diplomats, troopers, and different U.S. personnel abroad, there was one article where it said, like, mysterious episodes have hit spies, diplomats, troopers, and others. And I got really excited, and I was like, are they talking about us? Are they finally talking about citizens? Because you know, they're getting reports from citizens. They know that citizens are being hit. Like, even the people who were not in the know about our experimentation are getting enough reports so that they know that non-governmental workers are being hit by this. And it's like, when is it going to come out? Because it is going to come out. Listen, look at that number. U.S. personnel abroad, like different, okay, blah blah, all and different U.S. personnel abroad, beginning 5 years in the past now, quantity greater than 130 folks. Try millions. Try, this is so big, it's hitting so many people in the world, and they're trying to just act like it's like 130 people have had this incident happen. You know, the variety, okay, this is a little bit different of an article. The variety of circumstances throughout the CIA, the State Department, the Defense Department, and elsewhere spurred broad concern within the Biden administration. The preliminary publicly, okay, no, it's the same thing, confirmed circumstances had been concentrated in China and Cuba and numbered about 60, not together with a bunch of injured CIA officers whose holes shouldn't be public. What is this? Is this a foreign newspaper? It doesn't even have a writer. There's no writer for it. Was this article written by maybe a chatterbot or something? The new whole provides circumstances from Europe and elsewhere in Asia and displays efforts by the administration to extra completely evaluate different incidents amid concern over a state of them in the latest months. The new whole? Whose whole shouldn't be in public? Who wrote this thing? Who wrote this thing? This is kind of funny to read. Since December, a minimum of 3 CIA officers, a minimum, see, I gotta say a minimum because there's like hundreds more. A minimum of 3 CIA, that's at minimum, 3 to a couple of thousand. So we have like 100 or something incidents at minimum. 100 to a couple of million, you know, somewhere in there. Oh my God, one have reported critical well-being results from episode. What? Let me read that again. Since December, a minimum of 3 CIA officers have reported critical well-being results from episodes abroad. Critical. So they're trying to replace anything that sounds violent with well-being or like accidents or something like that. That's so weird. I want to know who wrote this article. One occurred throughout the previous 2 weeks, and all have required the officers to endure outpatient remedy at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center or different services. And in a single case in 2019 that has not beforehand been reported, a Navy officer serving abroad pulled his car into an intersection, then was overcome by nausea and complications, in accordance to 4 present and former officers briefed on the occasions. His 2-year-old son sitting within the again seat. I think this article was written by, I think it took that other article and then like switched it up, but I don't think this article was written by a human. Like, I literally think this article was put together by like an AI. Because I don't see no name on it and none of it makes sense. I know that's a weird claim to make, but just like hearing my chatterbox on V2K and how it'll say things like really weird, this is weird. That's weird. Sleeping Beauty says they can read brains and stalk everyone with illegal surveillance, but can't figure out who hacked a pipeline. I don't buy it. Yeah, Yeah, it's like, I mean, they can catch all these criminals doing it. It was them. It was the United States, that's doing it. Because I think they want to. That one of the long-term goals is to go to directed energy, right? Is to go to free energy for them, for our overlords, right, or whatever you want to call them. The people trying to be our overlords, but they're not. But they want to go to like free energy. So I think they're probably like destroying that and destroying people's lives and rising gas prices. It'll cause more chaos at a time where we need less. But they're not really caring about what happens to anybody now. They're murdering a lot of people, destroying lives, doing the reset, doing the fake pandemic, doing all this, not totally fake, right, but the pandemic. They're doing all this stuff. They don't care about what happens to us or any country. They want America destroyed, definitely. And then these are for long-term plans, right, to have a hold on free energy, to have a hold on transhumanism, to have a hold on AI. They don't care about what's happening to us. These are huge things they're doing. So like one little news story about like, oh, this pipeline got hacked and the company had to give $5 million and oh, it's Russia. That's like nothing. That's like a little, they shake it off their cigar, right? Because they're doing such awful stuff. They're doing such big stuff. Christopher says, Tanya, how do I give it to Kyle? Oh, yeah, that's right. We found out that moderators are the only people that can put links in chat. I didn't even think about it, but I think that maybe I can just go and switch that setting. It may have been switched. I think my attackers may have switched that, unless that's a big thing on YouTube. Is that just everybody can't give anything? Yeah, just email me. If you want to talk to me, just email me, guys. I'll try and get to you. I got so much family stuff and life stuff. It's really just hard to just even get on here and go through some articles sometimes. And I know that you guys think of me as like, well, I got important information and like I'm going to go to him, but we'll see what we can do. I'll do as much as I can, y'all, but I'm going to give myself a break a lot, okay? Because I'm getting targeted bad. We're really close. Some other people need to start stepping up, right? Like it's happening. Targeted individuals are speaking out, and like my targeting is getting like a lot. My body's just, it's hard to get stuff done. But just be patient with me, and I'll try and get in touch with you. Yeah, David Irwin. I'm gonna put that up on the screen. I'll come back to these real quick. I do want to mention again the UN thing, like kind of in the middle of the video, and then I guess I can just come in the chat and talk to you guys. I got to get a haircut. This is gross. This is gross. But I'm Space Captain America. I'm Space Captain America. Like right now when I'm doing this video, like I'm just all chopped up. Is that the way y'all are seeing me? I think y'all are seeing me fine. What my attackers like to do is on my side, they want me to think it's screwing up, but they want y'all to see it as okay so that I'm like reacting to something y'all don't see. My attackers are horrifying. They're horrifying and they think about it a long time and they put it into the automated systems and it's bad. Stephen Paddock was a CIA gun runner, Lori says. I don't know who that was. I want to put that. Steve, oh yeah. The guy, Las Vegas shooter, right? Mm-hmm. Is it okay? The Wise Ninja says links is something on your end. Okay, so my attackers changed that because people were able to put links in the thing, and then all of a sudden they can't put links in. So I'll go change that setting. My attackers are all up in my YouTube settings, and they're all up in the StreamYard settings. They can do tons of stuff with StreamYard. It's unbelievable how they have access to it. I want to put this in the. I want to put this there. Looks like my eyeball's in space. My left eye. It's my left eye. Wait, this is my left. Which? This is my left eye, right? So it's okay if stuff's in your left eye, right? That's not Illuminati. Okay, I'm gonna fix that. I'm definitely gonna fix that. So everyone can put links. I want everybody to be able to put links. I can see why my attackers stopped that because y'all put really good links. Somebody sent me a link about the the reporting, and I forgot what it's called, but the Chinese reporting electronic harassment, and it was just like a great news story. It's a great mainstream news story, and I can't remember. It's like the Epoch Times has the Epoch Times has a little thing. Diplume says my hair is greasy, Kyle. I'm sure it's not. I'm sure my hair is greasy. I think I took a shower. I take baths. I think I took a bath yesterday, but I did not take a bath yet today. But I may, or I may just lick myself like a cat. I'm just joking, guys. I didn't just do that just now. Hey, Rose. Rose says, yeah, I definitely think the powers that be are fighting amongst. Rose says, yeah, I definitely think the powers that be are fighting amongst each other, and we are all in the middle of it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of friction, and when things start coming out, you've got people that were compartmentalized and knew nothing about it. They start to find out about it, and they start to find out that people are being experimented on and stuff. And then a lot of those people are going to they will be fighting for us. They were just compartmentalized and didn't know. And as more and more people, you see, so many people are reporting it. And we know for a fact that so many more than like 100 or something are experiencing, right? So the State Department and the Justice Department and Walter Reed Hospital and other places, they're just going to keep on getting more and more reports because people are like, okay, now it's okay to report it, right? As before, they were like, I'm not telling anybody about this. I don't know who to report it to. There's no trend, right? There's no trend. There's just the Cuban embassy attack and the China consulate attack and whatever. But now it's just overflowing. All these people that were like, I don't want to report it because it'll destroy my life. I may get fired. I may get sent to a mental institution. They're like, okay, now it's okay to tell these agencies. And there's going to be a lot more of that. That's going on right now as we speak. And as that goes on, the UN has more to grab onto. Other countries can start talking about this stuff. The dominoes are falling, guys. I promise. What was I thinking last night? I was thinking something with dominoes and pushing them, and I just kept thinking it in my mind. It was one of my mind memes, but like I was thinking of I was thinking of Batman, and Batman was like, I'm Batman. And then he pushed the dominoes, and my attackers hated it. And I'm doing this since they attack me in my sleep, and I can't really fight them in my sleep. Now what I'm doing is I'm listening to Dave Case CD, some positive affirmations, and then I'm taking like the Batman soundtrack or Spider-Man soundtrack or just some kind of like Braveheart soundtrack, and I'm playing it on those 10-hour things, so they have to listen to what I like, right? All night long. They have to listen to 10 hours of Braveheart or 10 hours of the Batman soundtrack, and they hate it. They hate it more than even the positive affirmations. I just think of stuff to make my attackers angry. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get it, dude. They're gonna get it. I hope we can catch them. I hope there are records. I'm thinking that there are like digital records of who was assigned to us, right? Like what agency, or what contractor for what agency, right? And then exactly who, their names of who was assigned to us. I don't know. It's going to be all very top secret, but when all this stuff comes out, we'll see. Yeah, Nadia says God doesn't sleep. Yeah, amen. Amen. I like that. I like that a lot. The Wise Ninja says, did you see the article about China wanting to weaponize coronaviruses in 2015? Yeah, I did. I actually did. And then, weren't there some, I saw that, but I would think that was somebody in China. I don't think this was China's fault. I think they're trying to blame CV on China, just like they're going to try and blame microwave weapons in total on Russia, right? So they're trying to point their finger, like all the other countries are going to get together and go, oh, it's China was the one who caused this. But these are global things. These are global things that are happening with the participation of people in every country. Like, to get that pandemic going, they would have had to have people participating in the U.S. intelligence and Chinese intelligence and everything like that to really get it out. And I heard that the virus actually came from Canada. Like it was somebody from the U.S. to Canada, then to the Wuhan lab. You had Dr. Fauci putting so much money in the Wuhan lab, right? Which he denies, or he says that it was only for or this or that. Ron Paul questioned him on it. Everybody should watch that. I'm not going to play it right now. Hey Dennis, man, how you doing, brother? Dennis says give one of the operators a seizure. Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, Laurie says Rand was grilling Fauci about the virus in the Wuhan lab. Yeah, because Fauci's putting money into it. Fauci was putting money in the Wuhan lab before all this happened. I mean, that's totally suspect. It's totally suspect. It's totally suspect. And hey, Jerusha. Jerusha says, amen. Naughty AA. Yeah, God does not sleep. He never sleeps. And he used all these people's evil, for good eventually. Yeah, the wise ninja says, yes, they want to blame China so they can galvanize people for a war. Well, they're already galvanized in a war in the Middle East. So in Syria and then in Palestine and the Gaza Strip, there's already big wars brewing in the Middle East, which is exactly what Israel wanted. And, Biden's going to help them out with that. It's going to be bad. There's going to be a lot of it. I think what the plan is, and this is scary, guys. They want America. They want a bunch of enemies pointed at America, right? So, and we think that we're like the world's police or whatever, and that's gone now. And every country's corrupt, so nobody's policing each other. And I think they want America, enough other countries pointed at America, so that it's like, and then us fighting from within, right? So that we can't face outside threats at all. You got military microwaving innocent citizens, and then you got these threats looming on the horizon from China and Russia, and they're going to be so used to sitting in a comfy room behind a monitor murdering their own citizens. We're going to be tortured to death, right, and poisoned, and everybody's thinking about thinking about if they're a man and they want to become a woman, or you got parents that want to try and get their boy child to get the surgery or something like that. We're going to be dealing with all those stupid things while China's sharpening its claws and Russia's sharpening its claws, and then Israel's got us tangled up in a war in the Middle East, right? And then we're all fighting each other, and that's with the experimentation on the population. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good, but you just got to come to a point where it's like we've got to trust in God, and the Bible talked about this, so we're going through it, So we just help each other as much as we can and get out as much good information as we can. Hopefully stuff that's not just fear, not just infotainment, not just stuff you can't act on or anything, but stuff that can give us knowledge, mainstream articles coming out that we can see what's going on, how it's building up, and then we'll be able to talk about these things better, get better help, know who to send information to and everything like that. And hey, James, did you put a link in the thing? Yeah, James says, did you see the smoking gun video from Banned Video? No, I did not. I'm going to put that up there. James Lyko says the intelligence agencies are guilty. Okay, guys, so this will be the last live stream where nobody can put links in the chat. I don't know how that happened. Somebody's doing it, though. Maybe, you know what? You know what, guys? You know what I think happened? You know what I actually think happened? I think a moderator changed that setting. I don't even think it was my attackers. I think one of my moderators changed that setting to screw with my channel. Wow. Okay, let's go back to one of these videos. One of these articles. I can't believe that, and when I got moderators, I thought they could just like maybe, time people out and stuff like that. But they can come into your channel and like change settings and stuff. So you really need to trust moderators. You need to know who they are. And that's a hard thing on these platforms. So I want to go over this one more time, guys, and then we'll kind of finish out that New York Times article, but I just want to put this in the middle, and I'm going to put it in the description. The deadline for, the deadline for this call for input to report accountability for torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. Deadline is 15th of May, 2021. And then there's a template down at the bottom. And read all this. I'm not going to read it on this live stream, but read all this. And then there's a template. And I think this would be a good idea because I think the UN is seeing what's happening around the world with these weapons, which is more evidence that the people coming to the UN and saying, I'm being tortured by these things, and then they're seeing it. And they're seeing it all open up in the mainstream, right? So the UN's got more legitimacy in it saying, look, people are being cyber tortured all over the world, right? Because people already know it. And nobody's going to be like, well, that's crazy talk or whatever. So it's like it has to happen at this point. It's not like, oh, they can help us out, right? It has to happen at this point. And this is the email address, sr-torture@ohchr.org. Email subject line, input for the report on accountability for torture and other treatment. Okay, and then let's just finish that New York Times article. Is Jacob, you still here, brother? Okay, Jacob says, I've sent you the email. Please let me know you're reading this. Okay, I will. I mean, I'm not reading it right now. I kind of agree, Dennis. Dennis says, if we survive, I'm thinking Russia will be the last bastion of freedom. I kind of think that. I think that Russia is kind of becoming like we used to be, and they're getting those things in place. I think Putin is a monster, and he's gotten where he is by killing a lot of people, but he does not want anything to do with the New World Order. And that's why Russia's the country that they all get together and say, you know, Russia's not doing a good job and stuff like that. Or Russia's doing this, or Russia's trying to invade Uzbekistan, not Uzbekistan. Oh God, I forgot. Syria. Like Syria in the Ukraine. They always say Russia's trying to invade the Ukraine, take it over, which I think they are. Really? Did they really? Honey Ann says, Kyle, YouTube changed it. Only moderators can post a link. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? Did I not even share the screen? I was trying to share it. Oh, okay, my attackers got it that time. See, sometimes I will try and share the screen, and then my attackers will stop that. So I was trying to share it. They're really up in my computer and my StreamYard. So let's kind of finish up this article, and then I'll come back and chat, and we can just talk. We can just talk about stuff. That is horrible. I'm going to try and... Yeah, DePlume says, I hope not. I like America. America girl all the way. I mean, I like America. Okay, this is what I like. I like the ideas and the values and the Constitution and the things that my grandparents and my parents taught me. But at this point, that's not America. So I like the idea of America, and I like Americans who believe in America, but I don't like it when it's changed to, okay, we're torturing citizens, we're going to burn down buildings, we want communism. That's not America. So that needs to get out of America. And like lying to citizens and COINTELPRO and all, that's not America. That's not America. That's a third world country that they're trying to make war in the streets, right? So I like the idea of America. I like the places that are still kind of American. But you know, the people that are the most American and that love America and the Constitution have been labeled domestic terrorists. So all in all, I'd have to say this country, I hate this country, but I love America. You know what I'm saying? So if America was really, you know, acting like America, I would love it. But since it's acting like a communist torture prison, in an anarcho-tyrannism. Anarcho-tyranny. Y'all need to all learn that word. It's where we can't take a poop without being hit by microwaves or surveilled. But if you're in a government class or a military industrial class or the cabal, you can murder people all day long and rape their kids and do all this stuff, and you are sanctioned to do that. You got a manager that's probably, with these people, they would surveil kids and remote neural monitor and remote neural manipulate kids and stuff like that, and whole families and stuff, and just do it 24 hours a day. You can poison families if they're innocent, say that they're guilty of something, but then if you're just a normal citizen, you have no rights to do anything. Like if you're picked to be targeted, your rights are gone, and you're labeled some kind of criminal without doing criminal acts. So this isn't America anymore. You see, I like America, but where is it? But where is it? That's the thing. Trump was a great hope to kind of bring America back to something that resembled something that we could understand, right? But they took him out. They had to get him out of there. Because he was like saying, okay, well, I'll do this stuff, whatever, we'll get the 5G up, I don't understand that, but we're going to go ahead and close our borders in order to make us economically successful, and the lockdown's got to stop and stuff like that, and you can just take this little medication to get rid of, okay, yeah, DePlume says it's still American, they just want to be divisive for skewed optics. Yeah. I'm not trying to be divisive at all. I just try and tell the truth, and wherever that leads us, it's got to lead us, But I don't put out any kind of I don't want to scare anybody or be negative. I just want to tell the truth. And this torture is really, really bad, and it's not just no big deal or anything like that. America's still pretty cool. It's changing completely. Like America economically, people will be crippled, we'll have inflation, there's going to be all kinds of false flags within here, BLM is going to be rioting all the time and destroying cities. Now white people are evil just because of our skin color, right? We're racist from birth. That's racism towards white people now. Many minority groups are upset that there's racism towards them, and the big thing about cops being defunded, if they completely abolish police officers, then we'll have more federal and globalist people enforcing laws, drones, automated surveillance, right? They want to replace the policeman that can make a good decision in a community and say, well, this is a family that I know, and I can kind of take to a drone or surveillance or a microwave hit that knocks somebody out in the house, or more federal policing like DHS fusion centers and InfraGard, which will lead to less care about the communities and people just being kind of put into camps and everything like that. We're seeing it, so I don't feel like I'm fear mongering when we're seeing how bad things are getting, because I'm I try and be yeah, things are hopeful and stuff. They're not. Things are going so bad. There's a purposeful agenda to destroy America and other countries. It's purposeful, and I'm not trying to scare people at all. People know it. People know it. So I mean, even if you have a job in America with the system, say you get in the system and you have a government job or something like that, you're not long for that, because everything will collapse. The way that they're working everything, it'll collapse, right? Yeah, but I like America too. Hey, thank you. Paul says, I pray for all targeted individuals all over the world. I just don't I really don't see. I see America and the Constitution as some people carry those ideals, but I don't see it as a place anymore. I don't see anything that's great as a place. Some ideas have to move, right? Have to move, and it can't be a home. It can't be a wood and mortar or dirt on the ground and land. I see things more now because of the way this New World Order is taken over, is that people are going to have to switch to holding these things in spirit and in their mind, the idea of America and freedom, and then bringing it somewhere else, right? Because we're going to be dealing with, hardcore. We're already dealing with hardcore tyranny, So yeah, I'm not too much because you all the people who wave flags and really love America and want to go back to the Constitution. I mean, really, if you're like a Trump supporter or conservative, or you want to keep traditional you want to conserve America, right? That's what you should think of conservatives like conserving America. And then liberals on the left, they want to change America. They want to be progressive. Wherever that progression leads them, if it's into straight-on communism or burning down buildings, they want to progress. They want to change things, right? Or cutting off their own genitals or whatever. It's progression. But conservatives want to conserve traditions because some traditions keep us sane and they keep things moral, right? And then we can kind of change things, but really conserve the important things. And those people that are conservative are getting walloped right now, called domestic terrorists, called racists, called white supremacists. They're under attack. The people who love America the most. The people who will sell America down the river, they're getting money and stuff like that. They're getting jobs and everything like that. They pay those protesters who hate America and want to see it fall, right? So America is not promoting the people who love it the most. It's not promoting the people who want to save it the most. So how is it America? I don't know. I guess that's getting way out there. America is America. We love it. We were born in it. But just to me, it doesn't seem like America anymore. I love what my grandparents and my parents taught me. Both received medical attention from the government, though it is not clear whether they suffered long-term debilitating effects. Officials suspect the officer may have been targeted. The episode upset officials in both the Trump and Biden administrations, prompting them to investigate further. I think we read this part. I think we were down here. Some suffered long-term brain injuries, including debilitating headaches. The episodes, according to the National Security Council, involve personnel experiencing sensory phenomena, such as sound, pressure, or heat, along with or followed by physical symptoms such as sudden onset vertigo, nausea, and head or neck pain. This article is based on interviews with 20 current and former officials across multiple government agencies who have worked on the issue or have been briefed on the episodes, many of which remain classified. The Biden administration is trying to strike a careful balance between showing officials that they are taking the issue seriously and trying to keep panic from spreading, either inside the government or among the public. The National Security Council has begun an intelligence review aimed at discovering whether additional unreported incidents fit the pattern, a spokeswoman said. National Security Council has begun an intelligence review. So should we try and contact the National Security Council too? I think our best bet, because they're going to have a Senate investigative committee, I'd say our best bet in the United States, and even for even targeted individuals in other countries, you can do this too. You can send some letters to our United States senators, but I'd say that we send emails, and I got to get that template, but we send them to our state senators, and then the senators who are going to be on the Senate Intelligence Committee, we all send those senators the template of what, of a testimony of what's happening. So like Marco Rubio, I'm not sure who's going to be on there. Somebody gave me the names, but we need to send emails to them, all of us, everyone we can get to do that. And then whatever your state senator is, send them letters while the Senate Intelligence Committee is going on, because then you may have a news story where one of those senators is speaking to the media, and maybe it'll get out, and maybe they'll say and I've been getting reports from citizens in my state that they've been getting from the right, and it can spread like that, because it's going to spread. But we just need to be bombarding things and putting in whatever we can put in, because it's happening. It's happening. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty says, I've been sending letters to Congress and Senate for years. Yeah. I feel like now, though, it's the timing of it, Sleeping Beauty. So it might not have worked in the past, but it could work now, you know. Yeah, Honey Ann and Maya says, none of us have ever been free. They've only given us the illusion of freedom. I agree. You know, it's like, I think America was like a project to like England, and it was kind of planned, right? But even if like the people who created the country and said, well, we're gonna give these people a constitution, but we still really belong to England or whatever. The people like my grandfather and the farmers and just normal people in the country, they learned about the Constitution, and that belief in America was so real. The people that made up America were such a strong backbone and really believed in those things, even if it was just an illusion. They took it. The people in America took it and made it real. And I know this because I was raised by them. And I have generations, ancestors who were all about freedom, right? William Justice Sladen was one of my ancestors who came from England to here, and I think it was after the Mayflower. Jacob says, when is your panel? I'm not sure. Maybe sometime this weekend, Jacob. If you email me, and so I'll look at your email, and then I'll just contact you. You know, I'm not sure exactly what time. I'm targeted really bad, so it's like I have to kind of just, when I'm feeling good, I have to kind of come on here. So probably, I don't know, maybe not tomorrow night, maybe Saturday or Sunday night, maybe Saturday or Sunday evening or something like that. I'm not sure. I'll try and give y'all a little bit of notice. Yeah, Honey Ann, you're right. Honey Ann says, Kyle, like I said, it only takes 20 years to bring down a nation, and Decker gets its people, and that's exactly what they've done. Yeah, you hear the guy talk about that, and it's really about like corroding morality, making people think that Christianity is not good, is not right, taking people away from their moral lines in the sand. The LGBTQ revolution, where it's like people are more worried about like, I'm so incapable of taking care of myself. You got to know the right pronouns for me, right? When people are being murdered in their homes, like, I don't care if anybody is a trans person or whatever. That should be an individual basis, because they're only like 1% of the population. They're people too. Some people are born like that, and we should respect them as human beings. And if they say, I want to be called this when you meet them, but this making all this, trying to, like, we need trans rights and we need to make all these proclamations when people are being hit with microwaves, and China is like murdering its people, murdering just all of its homosexuals and everything like that, murdering its transsexuals, so they can just be like hardcore armed forces. There are big dark things in the world that people in this country are so scatterbrained and marshmallow that they're just like, oh, well, you need to call me the right pronoun. Like, this country is being attacked from all sides. Like, stop talking about trans pronouns. Stop trying to convince little kids to get operations or take hormone treatment. Stop doing that stuff. Stop doing that satanic stuff. We're being attacked. And I think these assholes, these people microwaving us, I think they, like, mine start to talk about it like, I'm like, they're going to destroy this country. Y'all realize that by now, because we're seeing it. We're seeing it, how they're doing it. And the woman will be like, he's kind of, it's probably psyop, but she's like, he's right. This is really, we're destroying, this isn't going to make things better, right? But then the guy just goes, I don't care. He's like, his biggest thing is, I don't care. I don't care about anything. He's like, I don't care. We've just got to do this. So he's not a soldier. So it's somebody who was in the military, and I think he was into masonry, or some of these guys, the human operators, and they don't care. They don't care if the country gets destroyed. They're going to just follow the chain of command and do what they're told, because they're compliant dogs. They're dog people. They they're like built like they can't be creative and think about how to build their own life, so they have to be told what to do their whole life. My grandfather was a little bit like this. My grandpa truck silo, but he was compliant. But when it came to taking immoral orders, like hurting people, no way in hell. And if he stood up, other people would stand up too, you know. And that's the same thing in this situation. If people stood up, a lot more people would stand up. You going to sleep? Good night, Sleeping Beauty. Thanks for coming. Yeah, let me wrap this up. What time is it? It's like 8. It's only 8. That's not bad. Okay, so this article is based on interviews with 20 current and former officials across multiple government agencies who have worked on the issue or have been briefed on the episodes, many of which remain classified. The Biden administration is trying to strike a careful balance between showing officials that they are taking the issue seriously and trying to keep panic from spreading, either inside the government or among the public. The National Security Council has begun an intelligence review aimed at discovering whether additional unreported incidents fit the pattern. Okay, I read all that already. Wow. Okay. We are bringing the U.S. government's resources to bear to get to the bottom of this, said Emily J. Horn, a spokeswoman for the council. The CIA has formed a new targeting cell, that's an interesting term, to try to gather information about the episodes, how they occurred, and who is responsible. The cell aims to operate with a similar rigor and intensity to the group expanded by the agency sometime after the September 11 attacks to hunt Osama bin Laden. The White House has also worked to standardize reporting of incidents. The White House has also worked to standardize reporting of incidents and improve medical treatment for the victims. Okay. So we need to be reporting this stuff. I'm going to find out more detail. I'm going to start calling people. I hate that propaganda, the hunt for Osama bin Laden. What they're trying to do with this propaganda is shrink it down, right? Havana syndrome. Reportedly 100 cases. You know, it's going to be like catching Osama bin Laden. They're trying to shrink it down in people's minds. So people are like, these are little incidents, when it's just there's a weapons grid around the globe, and every country's experimenting on its own citizens, and countries have been using this stuff operationally for a long time, but now it's just gone overboard, right? Because there's so much infighting between countries, they're definitely using these technologies, and it's just like lies on top of lies on top of lies. And then those other two articles are basically the same thing, but a very, very important article. We'll just keep going through information that comes out like that, you know, like new stuff in the investigation. And you know, from what I'm talking to people, there is going to be a Senate investigative committee. Have y'all heard anything else like on that? I hope there is. Like Senator Jean Shaheen. Laurie Smith says Israel is blowing up. Fire at the Temple Mount. There's fire at the Temple Mount right now? Is there really fire at the Temple Mount right now? Or are you saying like that's gonna happen? Yeah, Angela says gotta have faith in the morning. Gotta have faith to carry on here. You gotta have faith. You gotta have belief in God. He's so big. It may seem so impossible, but things can happen that are just unbelievable. Like with your health, with supernatural healing, with even if even if I get cancer in a couple of years, I've had joy and victories in my life, right? So we just want to keep on living life, keep on surviving, never become what you're fighting. Don't become monsters, right? Never become monsters. Oh, I was talking to somebody last night, or just texting with somebody last night, and this is something that I said, and I hadn't really voiced it into words. You know, for the really evil stuff, and maybe this is why it's like I can talk about this evil stuff that's going on. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but maybe it does trigger some people. But for me, it's just like I'm just talking about it because I've become very numb to a lot of the evil, the corrupt, the very bad stuff. I want to numb myself to that, and I want to focus on the good vibes, the good people, healing people, in God and what miracles He can put in my life. Really open your eyes to that stuff and try and become numb to the evil stuff that's happening to you. Defend it, but try to just be like, yeah, evil. That's what the evil people do, right? Try and just become numb to that. I've done that like naturally over so many years of the torture, and I never really put it into words, like how I like didn't go insane by now. And it's going numb to a lot of the very sophisticated things that they're doing to my brain, and the constant V2K chatterbox, right? The woman on there, they're always saying the guy's like he's never gonna help anything, and the woman's like he might. They always do this thing, and then she'll say he's right about what he's saying. The wise then says, truth is that they already destroyed it. It's hard to get it back with peace because lots of brainwash. Yeah, I think you're right, dude. I think you're right about that. It's kind of just here in name. It's America's a corporation. It's not a country. And with a corporation, things can change very rapidly, because you got the head of a corporation. We belong to a corporation, like basically. Yeah, Jacob. Jacob says, faith will help us to find reason along our journey towards the truth. Most definitely, man. Most definitely. Never lose hope in this. We're so close to so much stuff coming out. And then, we're so close to a lot of new defenses, too. Sorry, guys. Like, everything is... the whole time, I can't see what I'm doing because I'm freezing up. I think y'all see me moving, and I may look weird. It's hard for me because I look at what I'm doing and I kind of gauge things on that, so I think that's why they're freezing that up. Okay, Jacob says, DARPA has a video called BTO Breakout Session. At 41 minutes in, Justin Sanchez starts talking about our programs. I'll send it to your email. Yeah, please do, Jacob, and I'll do a live stream or video about that. I'll get in touch with you. I'll let you come on if you want to come on and put your evidence up, or just talk about your evidence and what you're going to do with it, or whatever you want to talk about. If however you want to handle it, we can do that. Maybe this week, I don't know, or maybe next weekend. Maybe we could set something up for like next Friday. I'd want to do it soon. I wouldn't want to give your attackers or my attackers much time to like react to it or anything. Yeah, Lori Smith says disassociation. What's it called? Called BTO Breakout Session. Okay. BTO. Oh, I don't have a pen. I do have a vape right here. Wise Ninja. You think that's it? Do you really think that's it? Let's see if that's it. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. You could be right, man. Maybe that's why it's freezing up. You think so? You could be right. They freeze it up sometimes, but it's been really bad. This one, you might be right, dude. See, I get out there sometimes, because my attackers do freeze up my stuff, but I think he was right. You were right, man. Thank you. And that happens where it's like, why does a green screen, like I didn't even think, it's like a green, it's just something on the screen. Why would it make everything freeze up? Ugh. Because my attackers do stuff to my computer, so then when something happens, I'm just like, oh yeah, it's them. That's like with gang stalking too. It's like I get gang stalked so much, so when somebody does something weird to me and they're not a gang stalker, I'm like, that was probably gang stalking, because it's been so many years. Thanks, Wise Ninja. I'm going to clean off my computer, and I guess I won't be using the green. How do you use it? Like if I had a green screen in the back, would it do that? I guess I'll clear some stuff off my computer. Okay, Jacob, I definitely will, man. I definitely will. We'll plan something. DePlume says, I think it freezes up because you have malware on your computer. Maybe so. Maybe so. It's just stuff where it's like my V2K, like I'll be watching something on my computer and I'll open something and they'll completely freeze the screen, and then my V2K, the guy on the V2K will go, watch it now, mother effer, and try and watch your video now, mother effer. And so it's like it'll be like something that my computer's not just slow, it's just stopping the screen completely, and then they'll say that. It's part that. I think you're partly right, Wise Ninja. You say because you have a crappy PC like me. Okay, Hitman Pro antivirus. I don't like the sound of that antivirus software, so I'm not going to use that. I have 360. I'm going to use 360. I don't know, Hitman Pro antivirus. Doesn't sound great. Sounds like I don't like that. I don't like that name. I have 360 and I have a Avast virus software, so I'll use both of them tonight. I use the virus software, but I'm telling you guys, I open up my computer and it's like 3 little black boxes with code will like pop up and then come down. So it's like, and then my attackers, if I turn the sound off on my computer or turn the sound off on my tablet, I can hear the sound from my tablet or my computer on my V2K. So they have the sound, they have the screen that I have pulled up, and I have the volume off, but they have the volume on theirs on, and I can hear what's the sound that's turned off my computer on the V2K. So these things, I'm not just guessing. It's all this stuff from my V2K and my targeting and how they'll like, I'll get up in the morning and I'll turn my phone on, and then they'll just turn my phone right off and stuff like that. Then I'll turn it back on. They'll turn it off, and then when it comes on, it has a 10% battery where it had 100% battery. So they switch out things and they mess with all my electronics all the time, you know. I'll check it out, DePlume. I'll check it out. I do need to get it. I think I'm either just going to clean this off. So, okay, the Wise Ninja, what do I need to do to just clean off any files, like defrag my computer? Can you tell me the okay, Control Alt Delete and look at Task Manager to see what's running. Yeah, but they're not gonna. The deal is, like my microwave attackers are not gonna have a program that's running on Task Manager. You know, that's not gonna. They're gonna have something running in the background that you can't just see and end what they're running, because it's like way more advanced than some, like just a normal hacker just hacking into your computer with malware. You know, it's a little bit more advanced than that. Nicholas says, I love the fingered salute. Control Alt Delete. What's the fingered salute? Is it just like that? Like this? I definitely don't want to do the OK symbol, because people will either think I'm a white supremacist or a Satanist. Like, so the OK symbol is not okay anymore. Like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. What if you just want to say okay? Like, what if you just want to be like, okay, you can't do it anymore because you're either a Satanist or a white supremacist? I think we've given too much power to symbols. And I think that if we're Christians and we know how strong our God is, we shouldn't care about any symbols. It's like, I can see symbols and God's going to protect me. It's no superstition. No superstition. No pain. No superstition. Stop it. You stop it. You stop it, Wise Ninja. You stop it, Wise Ninja. But I know that you mean okay, so that it's okay. I know what you mean. But everybody else in here thinks you're a white supremacist. Okay, cool, Jacob. Yeah, I might try that, DePlume. I mean, I have 360. I didn't run it all the way the other day, and I have a bunch of old, you know, I use, okay, so for my screen recording videos, and this might be good information for some of you guys, I use PowerSoft Record. PowerSoft Record, and it's like 2 words. PowerSoft is like 1 word, and then record. And it's a screen, it just records your screen, right? That's when I make videos that aren't live streams. And I have a bunch of these really long videos, individual videos, that are still in that program. And I have some other things too, like some YouTube videos that I was mirroring and stuff like that. So I need to get those off. and defrag. Oh, now I know what you're doing, Wise Ninja. Now you naughty, naughty. Now you naughty, naughty. Paul says, Angela, stay away from states that have isolated military bases in small towns. I've been in, have low GS. I think he's right. I think, Paul, that's very wise. You know, stay away from small towns with military bases nearby, because they'll probably be just experimenting on a lot of the citizenry, you know. Hey, Nappy, man, how you doing? Is that really you, Nappy, or is that somebody using... That's you, huh? So, okay, y'all want to watch that, then? Jacob, I'm going to look up that thing, because we're on here. We've only been going for about 2.5 hours. Let's look up that thing. DARPA BTO breakout session that Jacob put in the thing. Let me look that up, guys. We'll watch that. Well, it's better now. Now I'm not freezing up on my side. I can't believe it was just this. I never thought that. I mean, it's like, okay, they have green screen on this thing, right? They have green screen. How is the green screen slowing down the whole picture? I gotta fix my grounding. Those are my 2 kids back there. I'll see my children, Pepper, and that panda bear. And that panda bear talks to me sometimes. Says, I'm a panda bear and I like bamboo. I have a laptop. I have a laptop and a tablet, and I think what I want to do is I want to get a new... Wisen says, are you running 4 gigabytes of RAM? No, I think it's like 2 gigabytes. I think it's like, because my mom, this is a computer my mom bought and gave to me, and I think it's like really bad. I think she got ripped off. Panda, 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 panda. I like the pandas. I like, actually, I like koala bears the best. I like koala bears out of all animals the best. Well, I don't want to say all animals right now, but all bears. Well, I don't even want to say all bears, because the black bear can run up a tree faster than it can run on the ground, and that's pretty cool. But a koala bear sleeps for like 22 to 23 hours a day and wakes up for an hour to eat, mate, and poop. Just an hour a day, and it sleeps 23 hours a day. It kind of hangs on the tree, and it just sleeps its whole life. And I think that's pretty cool. I think any animal that says, screw you, world, I'm going to sleep 23 hours a day, and then I'll do everything in like an hour. You know, I'm procrastinating, I'm just sleeping, and then I do all my stuff in an hour during the day. I think they're pretty cool, you know? I think they're pretty cool. I think they're pretty cool, if you know what I mean. Oh, that's a song? Oh, I don't even think I have 4 gigabytes of RAM. The Wisener says, oh, okay. So for green screen, you need like 8 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yes, I will. Yes, I got sidetracked. That seems like an important video. Sorry, guys. That's the remote neural manipulator. I used to be so focused. Jeez. DARPA BTO breakout session. We're going to put it on the screen here. DARPA BTO breakout session. Let me look it up real fast and we'll play it. Yeah, and I'll email you, man. You can come on. Seems like you got some important information and stuff like that. I've just been having a hard time keeping in contact with people, especially because of my grandma. I have to go over there all the time, and it's important that I go over there now. But I'll do as much as I can. I'll just try and do. Okay, so we could do it sometime next week, like in the evening. If you would, I think it'd be cool because like me and Brian are going to do like an interview on Monday night. Maybe we could do it Tuesday or Wednesday evening, and you could just come on the live stream because I don't think you would care about coming on the live stream. And you can just present whatever you want or talk about whatever you want. I don't know. You may want to think about, like, seeing the evidence would be awesome. Like, but I'll call you. Let me call you and talk about all that. I just worry about, like, I don't know. I guess that wouldn't be dangerous. I'm just thinking about, like, how our attackers could use stuff. I don't know. I guess just not even think about that. Just not even think about that. My computer's going real slow still. DARPA BTO. Okay, give me a second on this, guys. What is it? DARPA BTO breakout session. Okay, and what's the time on it, Jacob? Session. And then I'm going to share the screen. Is it session 1? Future biotech, future law, DARPA, wait, what? Is it the breakout session 2? Which one is it? Let me go back. Is it breakout session 1 or 2? Okay, breakout session 1 at 41 minutes. Okay, I gotcha. Okay. Breakout session 1 at 41 minutes. Let me get to that 41-minute spot, and then I'll share my screen. Make sure I share this soon. Okay. Dude, there's so much good information coming out, man. Just pour it out on YouTube and everything. Everywhere. Okay, here we go. Wait, they ask a question first, so let's get the question. Oh, well, maybe they asked a question, all of them are answering. Okay, here, let me share the screen, and we'll do from 41 minutes. Here. Boom. Want to share audio, and watch this. Okay, I think the volume's good. Yeah, and these things that are like about the future of humanity, they get like, 3,000 views or something like that. Okay, so this is about 43, and let me get my time.
Conversation a little bit here and talk about the higher level functions of the brain, right? So cognition and learning and memory. Okay. Now, before we get into the details of all of that, all of you have been to our demo booth, downstairs, and you have seen direct interfaces to the brain are a reality. Okay? They exist today. I mean, you firsthand saw what we're developing. Now, let me walk you through some of the concepts that are associated with how we think about neuropsychiatric illness, higher level function of the brain, and the new kinds of neurotechnologies or interfaces that we're developing. Okay, so we start a lot of these concepts and discussions around the injured warfighter. Right? So again, somebody presents to the clinic with, let's say, a PTSD or a traumatic brain injury, and we ask the question, what is the best a clinician can give to these individuals, right? And it may be pharmacotherapy, it may be behavioral therapy, it may be, talk to your psychiatrist, right? And we view those as,
Jacob,
have an effect, but they may not have the level of precision that we feel that we need to really make a huge impact in the functional aspects of what the brain is doing in these kinds of indications, right? So the technologies that we're developing, we often view as being new windows into the brain, right? So let's say the electronics we saw downstairs, they can interface with individual neurons. We can sense what those neurons are doing. We have engineers and computational scientists building algorithms that can interpret what those neurons...
And that can manipulate, I don't know if he's going to say that, but they can manipulate the brain at a neuronal level.
Neurons are doing, and they can inform or help to guide clinicians or physicians
manipulate
to deliver targeted therapies
or targeted destruction.
Precise neurons of the brain that are involved in those kinds of disorders. Okay, so we think of this as
Or
transformative.
or target healthy brains to create disorders, right? Because they know what kind of neuronal problems lead to certain mental illnesses and mental injuries and things like that. So with a lot of us with negative protocols, right? They're targeting us neuronally, and they're not saying, well, how do we treat this person? How do we correct the disorder? They're saying, how do we create this disorder in a healthy brain, right? That dual use.
How we deliver clinical therapies for the future. We want to give new options, getting back to that point that we've been talking about, choices, new options and choices for people that have intractable kinds of disorders, right? So let me give you some specific examples of where we're actually making huge leaps in these spaces, right? And the first program I'd like to tell you about is the Restoring Active Memory program. The nickname for this is RAM. So today, 1 year into the program, we have human subjects that are using some of the technologies that we are developing, again, to directly interface with those neurons in the brain. We can study declarative memories, okay? We can look at how the brain forms and recalls memories about facts. We can sense from the brain when a person is going to correctly or incorrectly recall an aspect of a fact. And we can intervene via direct stimulation to the brain in order to facilitate memory formation and recall. Okay, so this isn't science fiction anymore.
Or they can target the brain to interfere with memories, right? And that's what they're doing to me. Like what he's saying, oh, well, they can help the brain to recall memories that maybe you can't recall. What they're doing is memories that I would recall easily, and when I'm in my short-term memory, they're trying to use memory dissolution, right? To me, it's not memory. What does Brian say? He says memory something where it's like just completely memory dissolution, but to me, it's like covering up a memory. That's what it seems like. Okay, Jacob says he says a few more seconds in, he has subjects that have direct interface connect. Yeah, I heard him say that. And so when he says that, he's probably referring to maybe they do have some volunteers doing that, but like people don't understand that there's so many involuntary people that this stuff is used on, right? Us, like we're involuntary subjects and experiments for directed energy in this remote neural manipulation. What he's talking about with brain-computer interfaces, where they're targeting neurons to, to inform what's going on and then change it, manipulate it. I mean, that's remote neural manipulation. We'll keep playing it for a sec.
We are in that restorative kind of domain, at this very moment in time. And again, we have to start thinking about, the implications of this, right? I know all of us here can struggle with memory throughout our day, and I know all of us, if we just had a 10% or 20% boost in memory, it would be transformative, for our lives. So again, this discussion.
If I just had them not targeting my short-term memory, then I would have a great life. Like if I was just left alone by this technology, because I want to juxtapose, right? Because this is dual use stuff where they can help people medically. And like I said, like we were saying this like when we were targeted way back when, like 2013, I was making videos saying this technology could like cure mental illness. And it's like creating mental injury, right? So we need to speak from our side where they're saying, well, this can target people neuronally and it can fix these disorders and all this stuff. It's creating disorders. There were scientists in the 60s and 70s who were tasked with how do we make somebody who's healthy and mentally stable and mentally organically healthy, how do we make them mentally injure them to make them look mentally ill, and how do we psyop it so we can make them look mentally ill? Scientists working on this throughout the 1960s and 70s, and obviously on into the targeted individual programs, learning they want to make us look mentally ill. That's like one of the core things of destroying our lives, trying to make us do bad stuff, is making us look mentally ill, making us feel mentally ill by injury, and so then we'll maybe go do something crazy, or people, will be isolated, and then, all those things. And they can experiment on us when we're isolated. DePlume says there's a tech called Tumor Treating Fields that is similar, that cures brain cancer already. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they have the tech to completely cure brain tumors, like to use electromagnetic frequencies to just make them shrink in the brain, right? But they're going to trickle these things out because they don't want people knowing about, like, they want to do more hardcore experimentation that they can't get away with once this technology's out for the whole public. Then the public's not going to allow them to do it. Watchdog groups are going to form. The UN's going to be watching out for it. The State Department, the CIA, and the Pentagon are actually going to have to react to people getting hit by this stuff after all this stuff is seen as attacks, right? So they're trying to get as much experimentation in on the negative side as they can, before it all comes out and it's all stopped. And we will stop it. We will stop it, guys. Yeah, the Wise Ninja says no money in a cure. There's just money in, like, radiation treatments and things that maybe it can come back. It can treat it long term. Medications you have to take the whole time when you're in pain. Like yeah, that's exactly right. When you cure something completely, you can't get any more money out of anybody. Insofar as they've gone so far as creating problems with directed energy, right? Cancers with directed energy, people's brains twisted with directed energy, people's nervous systems messed up with directed energy, people's skin burned with directed energy, and then we go to the hospital and we get pharmaceuticals, or I'm on lorazepam and Neurontin. I'm taking these long-term medications for attacks that are happening to my body, but they're seen as illnesses or whatever because society is completely unequipped to understand the reality of what's happening to all the citizens of every country. Tanya says, "Colin, my brain is hurting." Tanya, do you have a migraine cap? I find that when I'm in an emergency situation, I put on that migraine cap, which you can put ice in. You put ice in it, and you can put it on your head, and it really, really helps because it cools down your head, and cools down your brain too. And so you'll feel more relaxed. It'll kind of get you through that emergency. Revelation says UN is not our friends. I agree. I completely agree, Revelations. But I'll say this: I think Niels Melzer's a friend. So I'm just going to say that blanketly. I don't think Niels Melzer is like in on anything. I think he's following protocols of the UN and stuff like that. But I really think that Niels Melzer is our friend. Okay, this thing is like really broken right here. Got like 7%. Okay, let's let him keep talking here.
And this work that we're doing is not just having an impact for people that have an injury or disability, but it also again affects the broader aspects of society.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I just want to say real quick, that's a great way that Jacob did that. I'm gonna try and turn the settings so that y'all can put in links. But somebody was saying that if you're not a moderator, you can't do links. That's a great way. Just be like, hey, I got a YouTube video I want you to see. And what's that? What's that on the screen? But that's a great way to do that, Jacob. Okay, Jacob says it talks about simulation and other neurotechnologies in this video. Well, let's keep listening to it. It's only 8:44. We've only been, I'm cool to if anybody has another link, we could listen to some stuff.
The second example that I'd like to give you is directly in the neuropsychiatric domain. Again, we have teams of individuals that are developing technologies that can go to many different subnetworks of the brain, can record what those neurons are doing with respect to things like anxiety and depression and PTSD, interpret that activity, and again deliver the targeted stimulation or feedback to the brain in order to help deal with some of those very complex issues. And again, a specific example, we have teams in the country that are looking at, let's say, anxiety. We have human subjects right now that have extreme anxiety. We have neural interfaces to their brain and can stimulate their brains and see a reduction in the level of anxiety that they have.
And just want to add in that my attackers can give me extreme anxiety, not just from vagus nerve stimulation and making me feel fight or flight, but neuronally they can affect my brain where I feel like dread and anxiety from nothing. like from nothing. Like I'll be like done with the day. I'll have gone over and hung out with my grandma. I'll be at home and I'll be like, okay, I can just chill out and play video games. But I'll have this feeling of like I need to do something. I have to do something. What am I supposed to do, right? I'm supposed to do something, right? I have that feeling that they'll give to me. So it's like not only if somebody has anxiety, can these technologies like help them with their anxiety. Our attackers are practicing how to give people anxiety, depression, and dread, right? I wish we were part of the group that they were, giving them really good feelings about stuff. That'd be great.
To the realities of the things that we're doing. Now, with all of this being said, an important aspect to also remember and kind of consider with how DARPA does its work, from the very onset of when we think about these problems, we engage with leading experts in the ethical, legal, and social implications of what we're doing.
Bull crap.
And we ask for information about how they view the...
You see, this guy probably does not know about the non-consensual experimentation. So you've got a compartmentalized group that's like, hey, what are the ethical implications of this stuff? How do we use it? But then you've got the black projects that are way more funded. They have way more money, and they're spread across these countries, just tearing into citizens. They don't care about ethics. They want data. And this guy probably has like heard about the involuntary experimentation, but he's like, no way are they doing that, right? Let me know. Do you guys think that this guy is lying, right? Because he doesn't seem like he knows that there's a lot of involuntary experimentation going on.
Work that we do, all right? And this really comes in to inform the program managers, to inform the office, to kind of help us to think
program managers. And that's what that would be called in our situation. You have your microwave attackers, and they would have program managers that would be telling them how to deal with you. There would be psychiatrists and psychologists that would be formulating a program of remote neural manipulation and destroying you. Like actually psychologists and psychiatrists that are helping these contractors. They have program managers. That's a term that's probably used with our mental injury that's being caused. Wow, this is good.
The broad aspects of the technologies that we are developing. So, at every step
really
along
good.
the way, we're thinking very deeply about this. And why do we
see?
do this?
He's thinking very deeply about it because he's compartmentalized. They shove him in front of people. He talks about ethics and how they're doing all this great stuff with this technology. He's the one they're going to be putting in front of people while they're doing completely unethical black projects with this stuff and not telling anybody. And that's all going to collide. This guy pretty soon is going to find out they've been doing all this involuntary experimentation. Then what's he going to do with that information? Is he going to speak out against that? How many people like him, right? Jacob says he's over the biotechnology neuroscience part of DARPA. He's lying. You think so? It's so compartmentalized. So Jacob, like I hear what you're saying, and it's like I'm like, yeah, he's probably lying. But the way that they silo these things and compartmentalize them, sometimes I'm not sure. I'm like, this guy could be clueless about all the involuntary experimentation, but he knows about the technology, he knows about the voluntary experiments going on, and he's not given information about those things because they want to put him up in the public going, oh, this is all good, right? So he may not even know. Maybe he does. Maybe he does and he's lying. Maybe he does and he's... Yeah, Jacob says, I've done objective research. Okay, so you think he does know. Okay, well, I'd trust you if you've done research on this guy. Most definitely. I've done a lot of objective research, too, on the contractors, Jacob. And everybody needs to, I put it in videos, everybody needs to look up, go to WikiLeaks and put in directed energy weapon financial reports. And it'll show the countries that are like top tier in their development of directed energy weapons. America's number 1, China's number 2, I think. China or Russia's number 2, Russia or China's number 3, and then Israel is number 4, and then you've got like the UK after that, and then Australia, and then I'm not sure after that, but Israel is pretty far up with the Five Eyes. Yeah, Jacob, I'll call you, man. I'll call you. I was just saying, like, I'm having trouble getting stuff done, and I've got a lot of people that want to do interviews or panels, and I don't know. But I'll definitely talk to you, man, because that's really important information, and that's the information that I look into too. I look into the neurotechnology. Look up, hey Jacob. I don't know. You probably already heard this guy, Dr. James Giordano. Just in case you have not heard of him, but you probably have. Everybody, look up Dr. James Giordano. He is he's the advisor to the Pentagon on neurotechnology. He talks about the Cuban embassy attacks. He also talks about how the vestibular system, right? We have this part in our inner ear where this biofeedback loop is created. That's the high-pitched tinnitus sound is microwave hearing. Our brain heats up, sends a signal down to the inner ear, and it creates this biofeedback loop to send signals to the nervous system. And he goes through a lot of how the neurotechnology works. And he also uses the term a lot, morbidity. So they're using the excuse on us a lot for the law enforcement side. From the extrajudicial punishment, those people who aren't too savvy about the experimentation that's being done to us, and they say we're introducing morbidity and surveillance onto these people, right, onto us, so that they won't do criminal activity, right? But it's actually the opposite, where the DHS fusion centers and all that extrajudicial punishment doesn't even matter, right? It's the experimentation. And they're not trying to introduce morbidity to keep us from doing something violent. They're trying to get us to do things violent, right? So there's a lot of lies in this where it's like a certain compartmentalized group like DHS Fusion Centers, some people in there may not even know we're being hit by microwaves. They think that they're introducing surveillance and stuff to get us to let us know that we're being watched so we won't do any crimes, right? But that has nothing to do with anything about what they're doing. It's experimentation, and it's trying to get us to act out or to just look bad, so that gang stalkers will gang stalk us more, and they can just feed us to DHS Fusion Center.
And our responsibility to face these very difficult challenges, head on and up front. We want to think about them in terms of what it means for the national security of our country. We want to think about what it means for our military personnel. We want to think about what it means with respect to what other countries are doing, and staying very far ahead of what may ultimately be out there. So, again, we see this as a transformative time. We have technologies that are really making a difference in terms of what we think about the brain, and we're opening the door to the possibilities of the future. So with that, let's have some more discussion.
Well, Walter, there's a Star Trek episode for everything. So what do you got for us?
It's true. I said that to him. Well, it's not even going to seem like science fiction after what you just told us about. The first clip is from Star Trek Voyager, when Captain Janeway is interacting with an alien species that has telepathic capacities, and you'll get a chance to see what it's like to imagine kind of implanted memories and the learning that can come along with it. So why don't we start video clip 3?
Or if you have implanted memories that are bad and negative, like us, we get directed dreaming, where they'll implant like dark visuals with dark emotions, and then we have to carry those, and they're not even our memories or our feelings or our dreams. So it's like, oh yeah, they're talking about this stuff all in a positive spin, right? And it's not all in a positive spin. Some of the dark stuff that they're doing to us is the darkest things that humans have ever done in the existence of humanity, right? So satanic. And I don't care about the technology. Satanism is Satanism, right? Satanic ritual is satanic ritual, whether you're using an axe or you're using technology, right? And it's like, maybe some people are like, well, we had to experiment on some people to get data, right? We had to experiment, and it's just like that. Have you ever seen The Purge, right? Have you ever seen The Purge, where some people are like, well, The Purge is good. It's doing good stuff for people. But then in that third Purge film, or the second Purge film, there's that lady, I think it's the third one. I'm not sure. I think it's the third one, where the lady is a child. Her whole family was killed by some purge person that was a stranger. And so her whole life, she's like, this is bad. The purge is bad, right? It ain't good for anybody. It just kills innocent people. And she fights against it. And that's us. That's how we have to be, because we know what this is. We know how much damage this is. So anybody who's like, oh, well, this is really good and we just have to do it and we have to compete with other countries, push that out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Because we've experienced the evil done to our families and done to us. You know, watch that. It's kind of cathartic. I know maybe don't watch the Purge movies, but that third one where I resonate with it so much, where the lady who she becomes the president later on, so she does away with the purge, right? Because her whole family was killed. And that there's the first scene of that movie. I'm like, yeah, that's like me with these programs, where I could never say this technology or the uses for it, or like, oh, it's just good for us, right? Because they're doing so much evil with it. Angela says, Kyle, they all laugh like TV shows in the 70s. Laugh, 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 laugh. Creepy. Listen to him. Yeah, they're all just it's so much joy, and they don't really care. I don't think these people know. I just don't think these people know. I mean, maybe y'all are right. Maybe Jacob, you're right that they're just lying. But things are so compartmentalized, and I think sometimes they put up people who only know the good stuff that they're doing because they want the public to just hear the good stuff. And they want people who really believe it's just the good stuff going on, right? So I do think sometimes it's so compartmentalized. These people don't know like all the evil stuff they're doing with it. DePlume says, is he talking about remote or direct hookup to BCI tech? I'm confused. It sounds to me, yeah. Jacob Lowry said a fake TI would definitely not discredit. A fake TI would definitely not discredit this video. Do you mean a fake TI would definitely discredit this video? You mean a real TI would not discredit this video? No, Jacob, I understand. I understand, man. I understand they're talking about this stuff. It's a good video. No, I'm not discrediting anything. I'm just saying, my only question is, do they know about the involuntary experimentation? Because it does seem like he's talking about BCIs where it may not be remote, like DePlume's saying. I'm not sure. I'm not saying one way or the other, not trying to discredit this information. It's good information. He's talking about BCIs. He's talking about targeting brains neuronally. I don't know. Are you... Okay, yeah. Yeah, totally. That's completely great information. I just get accused so much of so much stuff that I'm just like, whenever anybody's saying it, I'm like, are you talking about me? Because I didn't do none. I didn't do it. Nancy says, I think the program is coming to an end. I think so too. It's all coming out. Hey, Ann. Ann says, yes, true. I'm not sure what you were saying yes, true to, but I'm sure it's true. Okay, cool, Jacob. Yeah, I'm sad that I'm a real TI. I wish I could just not be a TI, and I'll be honest. Hey, Serendipity Blooming. Hey, thank you. I'll pray for you too, man. Yeah, and if really, you seem like you got a lot of energy and passion, and you're getting information stuff that's awesome. I think maybe if you want to, you can come on a live stream, show your information. If you want to start a channel, I could help you do that. So you can just keep putting information out. It's up to you. You know, you can keep on coming on here. Yeah, and we've been hanging out and getting tortured for years. It becomes weird, like after so many years talking about this stuff, it gets normalized. Like in my head, it's like, okay, I'm still talking about this stuff, and it's weird, and it's like I feel more like I'm complaining at a certain point, but it's not, because we're being murdered. But at the beginning, I was like a lot more like, yeah, this has happened, this is going to stop, and then as it goes on and on, I'm just like, oh my God, how do we talk? It's just like this normalized killing of everybody. It's messed up my head a lot, you know. but I'm just working with God on that to just, and I watch my mom too. She has anxiety. I think she's targeted, but it's like my mom will just, her actions are the important things. And whatever she has in her head, if she has anxiety or depression or whatever, she just goes along with the positive actions. She'll ignore the negative things in her head, right? And I think that's what we have to do. Jacob says, we're a brother and a sisterhood. I'm here to support you and those of us gathered in suffering, walking by faith. That's great. Thank you, Jacob. And God bless you in the name of Jesus Christ. I know the Holy Spirit's leading you, brother. Like, God's bringing us through this. God knew that we would be in this situation. I see things in my life that He was preparing me for this. But it's like, I'll just tell you all this. My attackers, a lot of the things that I think God was preparing me for this for, they're like, they think it's just delusional, right? And sometimes it's weird. It's like God's plans are so good that it'll look like your attackers will laugh at God's plans because they're so big. And it's like He hides it, right? That's how He hides what He's going to do. It's really, really awesome how God is so much powerful than the most powerful technology on the earth, Hey, Laura says, I watched a movie about time being currency. Oh, and that's the truth. You get to be 25 by night, but wait, I'm not sure. Do you mean, okay, you get to be 25 by right, but all the time after that, you work for the rich, never die. The rich never die. Time is our currency. I agree with that. I think time is our currency because life is short, and it's like I think that that's a eugenics thing that we don't understand, or maybe some people see it is like if they can get these microwave attackers just working on their stations, right? Human operators torturing 24 hours a day. They can torture people 24 hours a day. They can waste all of our time, right? They can waste our time. We'll be fighting each other, and we won't be using our time in the most useful thing to evolve and create and do what we need to do as good people. But they'll be the people at the top of the pyramid, and the people not working these systems will have all the time in the world, and they'll be keeping us down, right? That's exactly correct. Time is the most valuable thing ever. And I think our state of mind is gold. Like, I think if you have a positive state of mind, that's worth more than anything in the world. But that's tough for a targeted individual because our minds are artificially being pushed down into negative resonances and negative thoughts and everything. And it's like Rodney Dangerfield said it once, and he was very, very rich, but he was a very anxious, depressed person, right? And that's why he was such a good comedian. He had so much angst and bad stuff in his life. And he said it once. He said, somebody was like, man, your life must be great. You have all this money. You can get any woman that you want. And he said, oh, no, buddy. It's all about the mind. It's all about the mind. If you have a bad mind, life can be real bad no matter what you have. It's all about the mind. You got a good mind and you have nothing, you can have a great life. So, I mean, that's why they're trying to control the mind, because then, I mean, they can really take the time away from us. That is so true. Time is so much more important than money. Also, speaking about money, Jeremy says, I like to watch Alex Jones. I like Alex Jones too. Jacob says, attitude is everything in our programs. I have to agree with that completely. And that's a tough thing too, going through it for so long, is they can kind of mess with you, and I don't want to say, like, we can fight through this stuff, but it's like sometimes it's like they can artificially give you a bad attitude because you're being murdered so bad and stuff like that. But that's right. Attitude is everything in our programs. Believing that we can do it, believing we can find stuff, just belief, attitude. Like, we can do it. Like, you're still a human being. You're an important human being. Even though you're being targeted, right? You're very important. Your life is precious. We will find something. We have a big God. And when we talk to people, our attitude's important. I sometimes will talk to people, like my psychiatrist and stuff, and I have a very, like, I'm just like, sorry to bother you about this, right? We need to, get out of that. Sometimes I don't do that, and I'm like, look, this is real. People are being microwaved. We need to be very precocious and very assertive in this. We're human beings on this world. The military industrial complex are the people who want to see this technology advance. They have no more right to life than we do. Just because somebody's a CIA agent, they're not worth more than me. Actually, I'd say they're worth a lot less. I'd say a person that's willing to take bad orders and hurt innocent civilians is worth a lot less than us. And that's the inversion of society, right? The system saying somebody that gets in the system and will do whatever we want them to do. They'll hurt people, they'll deceive people, they'll walk at the same time out in the yard, and they won't even know what they're doing to gang stalk people, microwaving people. They're worth more. Let's give them a job, right? That's what the system's saying, because the system's so corrupt and evil. Corrupted by Satanism. Corrupted by Satanism at the top. And then people who just want to go about their lives, they're like, oh, well, they're not worth that much, because they're not, they haven't given their lives to the system. They won't do whatever we want them to do, Really, Angela? Oh, man. Yeah, they've stolen a lot of years of my life. But I think of it this way. Angela says they've stolen my 30s, 40s, and now my 50s, and you're tired. I'm so tired, too. But let's try and think of it this way, guys. And hey, Proud64 TWL says, God is smiling on you, Vulcan Wolverine, and you too, sir. Thank you. This is how I think of it, guys, and I think this is a good way to think of it. We've come so far. We've fought through so much. We're so close to big changes with this technology and how people see it and everything like that, that we've got to see everything that we've gone through, even though it feels like we've been losing stuff because they're hurting us so bad. We've got to see all that time and that fight is very, very valuable. And think of it like this. What have you learned about yourself? How strong are you? How strong did you think you were before you went through all this? You must know that you are so much stronger than you thought you were before you went through this targeting. Try and just turn a frown upside down. Look at everything. What have you learned about? I've come closer to God. I've gotten closer with God and learned so much about this universe and how He communicates with me. My attackers communicate with me and they're negative and stuff like that, but I've learned about a lot more about how God kind of gets in touch with us. I've learned how much stronger than I thought I was, that I am, right? So there's some positives, right? And we've got to hang on those positives because we're so close. Yeah, Ann said, I agree with that. Ann says it's still impossible to explain it to people. Even if you explain it exactly right, they don't have a reference for it. They have no reference. They're completely unequipped to even deal with this. And plus, they're conditioned over many, many years to know that something like this is mental illness when it's not. When there are some mentally ill people who think they're being followed, I don't think mentally ill people think they're being hit with microwaves. I think that was completely created by this. But there is mental illness, and then there is targeting, right? And they're just trying to say it's all mental illness. Yeah, the Plume says, yeah. No, it's not fake. It's definitely what we were going through. Yeah, yes. That needs to be... Listen to Jacob, guys. Listen to this. Listen. It made me stronger because of my faith and resilience. And that's true. It's it's not just going to make you stronger. That's a good point. It's not just going to make you stronger. You're not just going to be given this faith, right? Just because you're going through this. He's saying he went into it with his faith from his life and his resilience, and it made him stronger. That resistance, he resisted this, right? So important. That's so important. It makes all the difference in the world. Moving forward, using your faith, God is giving you the Holy Spirit within you to guide you into certain solutions and defenses, and it makes all the difference. Okay, we're at about 3 hours. I'll read some more y'all's chats. Paul says, Psalms 18:3, I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised, so shall I be saved from mine enemies. Amen. Amen. Serendipity Blooming says, I can't find Sleeping Beauty's channel. It doesn't show up for me. Maybe put in, what I do, if it's a targeted individual, I'll put in their name, and then I'll put in targeted individual or gang stalking or something like that, and since they may have talked about that in their channel, it will usually go to their channel. So, put in Sleeping Beauty targeted individual or Sleeping Beauty gang stalking, and you might be able to find it that way. Adrian, hey Adrian. Adrian says Australia is corrupted by the CIA. Pine Gap is the CIA's biatch, and Aussie TIs are their torture playthings. Yeah, I don't know. I would think, and you could be right, but I would think Australia has its own CIA. But the CIA has infiltrated. The CIA has infiltrated so many corporations in America and infiltrated organizations, foreign organizations, so you could be right. There's so much corruption going on. You can't keep track of it all. Jacob says, Amen, my brother. I love you because we are fighting brothers in Christ. Amen. Amen in the name of Jesus Christ. I love you too, brother. I love all you guys. And I really, I understand what y'all are going through. I know we're kind of going through some different stuff, but you're a warrior and you're strong. And I know that God doesn't put us in places that He doesn't think we have the strength to deal with, right? So I just definitely know that. Sometimes the timing. It's the timing. Sometimes it's like you want something to happen. You're like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm going to die. God, why aren't you helping me right now? And there may be some weird timing, but then things can turn around and you can feel a lot healthier. I think we need to, I'll do a live stream. I'm really looking at that entrainment device, that entrainment device that you put on your head, and it can bring your brain's resonance to a higher frequency. It's like $300. I'm really looking at that, and I think I want to try it, to let you guys know if it's going to work. There should be something better, because you remember I was saying all these soldiers are getting hit now, and it's public that U.S. soldiers in Syria were getting hit by microwaves. They want them to have those little patches to read the radiation, right? And I think as soldiers are hit more, there was even an article where they were saying they're going to be looking for more defenses, right? Now those more open military defenses for these frequencies, we might be able to get our hands on, right? So it's going to be because so many people are getting hit, there's going to be these defenses coming out that are actually military grade and made to defend from this stuff that we'll be able to get. We gotta turn it on these programs, right? Yeah, Serendipity Blooming says we are all in Christ and Christ is in us. It's a realm we inhabit. It's like if you do that, if you have Christ, if you have Christ in your heart and you have the Holy Spirit and you're connected to God, it's like you can go somewhere else. It's like you're in a different, you're getting targeted and you're in this dark world, but God will pave a way and joy and victory in your life. So it's like you live in the world, but you're not of it, right? Jesus said it perfectly. We live in the world. We have to eat. We have to get a roof over our heads. We have to try and make money somehow and everything. But then really our spirit's not in this world. It's helping people and everything, but we're somewhere else, And that really helps with torture. Rose says, I heard from Fiona Barnett, a victim of SRA, that the CIA was being sued by people in America, so they did dirty deeds in Australia. Wow. I've heard Fiona Barnett talk some, and she did some interviews with Isaac Cappy. Yeah, she told a really awful story of a satanic ritual where they were cutting people's heads off and stuff like that in a big room, and it was like the main, I don't know, it was like a mayor or something, or a governor in Australia. I don't know, some of her story I don't know about, but I don't know, it seems like it could happen. Jacob says they put me in simulations that are real and give me 24/7 V2K. Yeah, see, I get the 24/7 V2K. But I was thinking about that last night, and I told, because what they do is they suppress my visual cortex, because I'm a creative person and I'm visual. I'm not very good. I'm okay with words. I used to be better with words, but I can remember a whole movie after I saw it. I can change these visuals of the movie to and if I play a video game, it's this colorful imagination that I always took for granted until the targeting. And so they suppress my visual cortex. And I think some people, they actually will like expand on it, so you see like you're actually in a simulation and stuff. And I think that's from like your visual cortex and then all of your senses and everything like that. And I said, why don't y'all make me see something last night? I was like, why don't you make me see some kind of hologram, not a hologram, but some sort of hallucination? And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, they suppress my visual cortex. If they did that, it would maybe do something good for my visual cortex. I don't know. They never do that. They give me directed dreaming, but now they make me forget it, because like I used to get directed dreaming and I'd remember it very vividly. I'd go through all the emotions and the visuals of the directed dream, and I would process them emotionally and put them away, right? Like, this was oh my God, that's a horrible, sad thing in the directed dream. Okay, that's not true, it didn't happen, you know, consciously wipe it from my subconscious. But now I can't remember them, so it's in my subconscious, negative things in these directed dreams. So over years, they've had to change some protocols on me, because you can process some of the things that they're doing to you that are negative, right? And you can get through them psychologically. It's just that it's like constant. So it's like, oh, what did the niece of Martin Luther King, she was doing a TV show with her grandma, right? Who I think was the sister of Martin Luther King. Right, I think so. And she said that her grandma was sitting with her, and she was like, "What'd you always say, Grandma? You said we got to heal on our feet, right?" And that's a big thing for targeted individuals. We got to heal on our feet, because this stuff doesn't stop. You got to kind of heal up as you're going, and sometimes you might get in front of your attackers, right? You might heal up so much that they have to catch up with you. That takes like Dave Case's CD, noise canceling hearing aids, some of the defensive stuff. If you're not using any of that, I don't know. If I wasn't using Dave Case's CD, I'd be in a bad state. Like I wouldn't be able to communicate, I don't think. Okay, Tanya says, yes, Kyle, she's telling the truth. I need to watch some more Fiona Barnett. I thought Isaac Cappy had a lot of big truths to tell. I think that he was targeted by Black Cube. And DePlume sent me some stuff a while back about Rose McGowan being targeted by Harvey Weinstein, right? And I might do a video on that too. And that's Black Cube, like Harvey Weinstein, big film producer. He has contacts at Black Cube. They're really expensive, but they're ex-Mossad agents. So these are Israeli-trained soldiers, right? Kind of like our ex-military that microwaves us, but they have a private hitman business where they do spy work and hit people with these integrated directed energy weapon systems on American soil. So basically, Israeli military, they're ex-Mossad, right? But they're contracting and they're targeting American citizens that rich people want them to target, right? Complete crime, complete mafia crime. Like what happened to Rose McGowan was just, she got raped by Harvey Weinstein, and then after she spoke out and stuff like that, Black Cube came after her. I know that they targeted her with microwave weapons and like remote neural manipulation, because you can tell she's probably had to take medications and like drink to get through it and stuff like that. She looks rough. She's young. Like DePlume, how old is Rose McGowan? Like maybe 40 or 30, in her mid 30s or something like that. But she looks like she's in her 50s because of the hell they put her through, DePlume says, well, I know B12 repairs DNA. DePlume says, well, I know B12 repairs DNA, which is in eggs and nutritional yeast, and vitamin D is in pork and mushrooms. Yeah, okay, that's exact. Jacob, you're right on point, man. Jacob says Morgellons is a sort of transmitter and receiver booster, most definitely. So it's like, what I call Morgellons is like nanoparticulates. So it's like a fungus and it's heavy metals put together. right? And that fungus and the heavy metals in your system, some people it turns into Morgellons disease because their body's trying to reject it. In other people, it's just in their body, making a biofilm on their skin or just sitting in their body. And then when directed energy weapons are heading towards you, your body sucks them in like a circuit board, right? Look out for Charlie. I think that was a great way that he said it. You become a dirty circuit board. So you got this Morgellons type stuff that everybody's getting from like chemtrails and other sources, right? We're just getting it in our systems, maybe food too. And then you got the nanotechnology, which is very specifically going past the blood-brain barrier. Smart dust, which is little chips that are the size of like dust, like computer chips that are the size of dust that can go into our body. And then of course, like doctors have been implanting people for many, many years. I don't think they do away with that. I think they use it as a redundant system, and they'll sometimes implant us and then use all the advanced stuff too. And then it's like, we had, this is, Jacob, you got to hear this. Look up what's it called? Such a bad memory. Magnetite? Is it magnetite? Look up, we have something naturally in our brain called, it's some kind of heavy metal in our brain that's natural, where we naturally pick up biofrequencies from each other. I think it's called magnetite, but look that up. So even if they didn't put all that stuff in us, we do have something, and they use the unique brainwave signature, but we have natural heavy metals in our brain to pick up electromagnetic signals from other organic beings, like animals or each other. That's why sometimes when you're married so long, right, people will finish each other's sentences, and they start to look alike even. Because it's like people, we don't know a lot about like biofields and how people communicate. And sometimes like I was in a comic book store once. I think I was targeted, but I don't think this was targeting. And the dude was talking about Avengers or something like that. And immediately, like, I thought of the West Coast Avengers, the comic book with like Wonder Man and stuff like that. And I didn't say anything, and I was like, yeah, I love the Avengers. He's like, my favorite one was the West Coast Avengers. Like, and that had popped in my head about seconds before he said it, right? So there is this stuff, and we don't know enough about it, but you receive frequencies from people. And you have natural heavy metals in your brain that have been evolved over millions of years with human beings, where you can pick up, like, you can feel somebody's energy and stuff like that. And they're playing, and these people that are using these microwave weapons and messing with our brains and everything, they're messing with all that. They're messing with stuff that they have no idea about, that we need to learn more about. I think the people at the top of the pyramid know a lot about it. I think it's magnetite. I don't know. Yeah. Misfit Surviving says, Dave McGowan exposes Laurel Canyon, all the military Satanist pedophiles. He exposes the music industry. Please look him up. Dave McGowan. Okay, please look him up. Read his work. It's free. They murdered him because he exposed Laurel Canyon. Okay. Dave McGowan, guys. What's it? What were you talking about? Jacob says, I've recorded them flying. Put it on the chat, Wolverine, so I can screenshot. What you want me to put on chat? I don't know what you want me to put in chat, man. Oh, magnetite. Look, I think it's magnetite. I think if you put in magnetite, it'll show you. Magnetite. Magnetite, yeah. They put in so, but yeah. Jacob says they're in your optical system. They hit us in the eyes. I wear these polarized sunglasses. These help. Sometimes I'll forget to put them on, and I'll feel like so depressed and tired, and then I'll put them on, and my mood will change. So I think what they're doing to the eyes is photonics. It's invisible light. It's part of the electromagnetic spectrum, but it's invisible light you can't see. It's probably not. I think they do use microwaves to the eyes to kind of get that open up that pathway, right? And then they start using photonics to send signals to your brain through your optical nerve, right? And so these are really good. The polarized sunglasses, they're really dirty. Polarized sunglasses. It's hard to put them on with these. These are great. These Lambs beanies are very, very good. I'm able to like sit here and do a video, and it's not that bad. Like it's still bad, but it's like my brain feels like I can make it work. It's magnetite, yeah. And then they put all kinds of other stuff, redundant systems of things in our system, you know. And it's like some TIs don't have any right-sized grain implants. They may just have nanotechnology, and then the Morgellons and stuff like that. Some TIs have like, you know, implants put in them, and certain kind of nanoparticulates and nanotechnology that's form things along their body, right? That are like body area networks. And then I think some intense, like a small percentage of TIs, doctors have actually put body area networks in them for intensive targeting, right? If they have a lot of medical stuff and a lot of surgeries, and their, you know, the doctors have a lot of access to them, they might put more things in them so the targeting can be super intense, right? So there's a lot of different situations with different combinations of things. And Jacob, this is what Dr. Hoffer said, and I can't remember the name of it, but he said toxins in the environment that are called like titrates. I don't think that's the right word, but he said certain toxins can make the directed energy weapons work differently on somebody, right? So you get a certain toxin, and it might, I don't know how, you know, but he said that's a huge part of it. He said that's a huge part of it is these toxins, and it's not nanotechnology or anything like that. It's specific toxins that directed energy works with. There's just so much stuff they use. Yeah, Jacob says your vision looks like there are thousands of black and white specks in your sight. You can see them best at night, and when you look at IVE lights, yeah. Well, Brian too says we should all get out of America. He says we have about 6 months to get out of America. I don't know. I wouldn't panic like that. I think it's going to be very slow, the things that are going on. And what I see, guys, I see that they're going to have to eventually make society accept looking into their brains, remote neural monitoring. And I'm not saying like that's going to be like shortly. I'm just saying eventually there's going to have to be some kind of crisis, right? And I look at the CV, and I'm thinking, is it going to mutate? Is there going to be some more new ones or something like that? And they're going to maybe affect people neurologically or something, I don't know, something. But I think they're eventually going to have to like say, hey guys, we got to use this remote neural monitoring. It's got to be a new thing because this huge thing happened, and we need to do it for everybody's safety, right? I don't know. That may be a crazy idea. That may be crazy. I just see that somehow they're going to have to get some of these technologies, the public actually accepting them for use on them, right? I don't know. I know that so a lot of TIs have seen it's not your visual cortex, it's not like an hallucination, but they will fly little electromagnetic orbs around, right? And I've seen videos of this. I forgot her name, and she hasn't come to my videos in a while, but she had a video where it was like one of these white orbs flying straight up to her camera. I've got a bunch of fruit flies in my place. And me and my dad just cleaned my place, so I'm like, where do these fruit flies come from? I think that, I don't know. I think some people around, I'll tell you guys what, there was one guy, Serendipity Blooming says Pfizer documents mention shedding issue. Yeah, I heard about that. I went to go talk to my mom and my dad, like over at my aunt's, and my mom was like, "Are you worried that you're gonna, because I got the vaccine, you're gonna get shedding or something like that?" And I had no idea what she was talking about. But one of her friends is really into Q and really into like kind of what's going on. Her friend has kind of gone off the deep end with conspiracy, in my opinion. But and listen to me say that. If you're listening to me say that, you know she. But she was telling my mom that if you get the vaccine, it can shed and give somebody else the virus actually. And I don't think that's true. I think that stays in, you know, because you're getting the jabs are dangerous because they can sterilize people, and then we don't know, like some people have died from them, but you have a low percentage chance of actually dying from them. But then it's like, what's in, okay, so sterilization, some people are going to get sterilized from, and then DARPA created the mRNA vaccine. So maybe if you didn't get an mRNA vaccine, you still got something in that vaccine. You still got stuff in those vaccines that are going to be used later on that we don't know what's in them. You know, I just do not trust them. But I don't. For people that got the jab, I don't want to frighten you or anything. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Maybe it won't sterilize you. Maybe they're just doing it in a certain percentage of jabs, and maybe not in the United States. Maybe it's in poorer countries where they're doing the jab, like in India and in Africa. They're sterilizing people. They're giving them the jabs that sterilize. You see what I'm saying? We don't know what they're doing because they're taking the jab and they're like, oh, we're going to do this and that with it. We're going to put this in it, and we have no idea. And we know that these pharmaceutical companies are connected to the military-industrial complex. But for people who did get the jab, I would not be frightened. Probably if you're in the United States, it's not going to sterilize you. It probably just has something in it that's like nanotechnology or nano liquid that maybe it won't even be used on you. You know, the mRNA one that changes DNA and stuff like that, I don't know. I'd maybe just, you know, I don't think I'd worry about it too much. We're all getting crap in us that's so poisonous. I think we're all kind of on the same playing field with toxins and nanotechnologies and like Morgellons type substances and things like that. I think we just want to be really, really careful about. They want to sterilize a lot of people, right? They want to make sure people aren't having babies. Really weird that in this time of crisis and chaos, more people aren't having babies. Because a lot of people have babies when they're scared, right? Like World War II, the baby boom, people were really frightened, so they wanted to have babies, right? They wanted to procreate. And it's really weird how in this time it's very scary, unless, I guess it's because of the lockdown. Maybe it's the lockdown, LGBTQ, all the propaganda and division amongst people, that people aren't like having more babies or something. Yeah, Revelation says jab makes brain mush. I just don't think it's a good idea. But I don't want to frighten people who've gotten it, because my parents got it. They seem okay. My dad, I don't know. They target my mom and my dad. Oh, I gotta tell you all this. I want to tell two stories. We were taking a picture on Mother's Day, right? So I was holding my mom's camera, and then my dad was going to take the picture of me and my brother and my mom and my grandma. Let me see if I can show y'all. I'll show y'all one of the pictures of me as a youngster that my dad sent me. I can't. I don't know if y'all can see this. Oh, y'all aren't going to be able to see it. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it. That's me as a youngster. I'm in the front. That's me and my brother. He's old. He's 2 years older than me, but I was taller than him. And that's my dad and my mom. But that was when I was like maybe 7 or something like that. But anyway, I was actually kind of skinny. That's kind of still the same thing. But okay, so I had my mom's camera, right? And I was taking I was showing my dad how to take the picture, and we weren't touching anything on the camera, and it would just automatically start recording. Like it would do the same thing like when I'm using my phone, my attackers will do stuff. They'll shut off the phone automatically and stuff like that. With my mom's phone, and I remember like a couple months ago, the same stuff would happen. And so they mess with my mom's phone. I know she's targeted because of this. But I put it out of my mind. I'm like, maybe she's not targeted, because I can't even deal with it. I know my dad's targeted, and I'm like, I don't even know what to say to her or how to help her, because she's not going to even believe it. So I just keep going along with this, and like, I actually put some of that out of my mind. Like her phone messing up and certain things that she's going through. She has some kind of thymus issue, like specific issues with her endocrine system and nervous system. So like, I mean, I think my aunt, my mom, my dad, my brother, maybe even my cousin and stuff like that, because my aunt got targeted. She spends a lot of time with his family, then he gets targeted. He even worked for Halliburton, not weapons manufacturing, but dude, this stuff spreads, because if one person gets targeted, stupid fruit flies. If one person gets targeted, whoever they're around, they're gonna size those people up in your family, and they'll just start targeting everybody. They're just grabbing people in, Jerusha says, Vulcan Wolverine, Kyle. Kyle, you can just call me Wolverine, Jerusha. Now you can just call me Kyle, Jerusha. Jerusha says, my chiropractor around me, he's hearing patients have gotten Morgellons from the jab. Yeah. I don't know if it has Morgellons in it. I think that it's going to be either nanotechnology in the liquid that you can't see. So it's going to be nanotechnology that goes past the blood-brain barrier, or it's going to be new liquids that kind of act as receivers, like Jacob was saying, act as transceivers and receivers, right, for directed energy. Everything is about this, guys. Everything that's happening, the reset, everything, like it's this directed energy is the future, okay? Directed energy is the future, and the mind is the next frontier, right? And so this directed energy, it can create free energy, but these people they want to transition it not to be like, hey, look, this directed energy can create free energy. Hey, nobody has to pay for anything. They want to make sure that they transition from fossil fuels to grabbing control of this directed energy grid and anything that they can do with directed energy, and then we have to pay for it, right? They don't want it to be like, this is a gift to humanity. That will never happen. Because we have horrible satanic retard inbred like whatever, like, and they're connected to like really stuff that like I don't want to talk about because it will sound like conspiracy, but it's like they're connected to really bad stuff. But remember the other thing, God and a chain of command of high resonance, right? They're connected to low resonance stuff. And I guess some people call it maybe extra dimensional or whatever, but it's just stuff we don't know, right? But there's stuff we don't know, angels, high resonance, all the way up to God, that have so much more power. Good is so much more powerful, but evil is so much more obsessed and just, doesn't really care about a regular life. So it has a lot of time to manipulate and stuff. But when things get bad enough, good is way more powerful. Evil's like faster game, right? Faster, shorter game. Good is about long-term winning. Good always wins, if it never quits. Yeah, Nancy Nate says all about directed energy, weaponized satellites, right? There's just a huge weapons grid that they do many things with, all around the globe. Right? We got to start thinking about this, because I think that people higher up than our microwave attackers think about this. Think about the Earth, right? The Earth has a core. The Earth has a core of molten metal, right? Molten metal and a bunch of different metals. The core is really hot. And the way that the Earth is created, it creates an electromagnetic field around itself, right? The Earth has this electromagnetic field. Now, we were formed on this Earth. So we're going to take up the characteristics of the Earth, right? So we have a core. It's kind of here. I think it's kind of brain and heart, but I think of the big one's the brain, like the molten core, right? The brain is like this core in us that creates that electromagnetic field. I think our heart does too. I think all of our organs, but the brain is like the really important the really important thing in the recipe that makes your field strong, right? Makes your field strong and healthy and stuff like that. We've got to start thinking about energy that way and how to up the resonance of our core to make our cores work right? Because our attackers are attacking those cores that are creating our body energy, our bio energy, right? So you feel good and you don't get sick and stuff like that. It's healthy, right? We are energetic beings, and so we need to think about how we heal our cores to create the right kind of bioenergy, and then these extremely low frequencies will have a hard time connecting with somebody who's, high resonance, healthy cores, creating a healthy biofield, a strong biofield. And I'm not saying a biofield like it's going to create like a virtual, like a hard field that's going to block the directed energy, but you will be healthier, and your body won't focus on extremely low frequencies. You'll be more focused on higher frequencies. There's a whole science that we need to go into, and we can look at this thing in a way where it's like, not that our life has been destroyed, but look at what we've learned. We need to learn about like what they were doing with directed energy to our brain, how it made us feel and stuff like that, and then how things create electromagnetic fields. Why are they able to affect us with electromagnetic energy? Because we are electromagnetic beings. We can manipulate it for ourselves. We can biohack ourselves and learn a lot and help others to learn a lot about what gives them power, Take it. Wait, what's the one to take? The blue pill? The blue pill's right. Is the red pill? You want to be red pill, right? I think I took all the pills. I think I took the blue pill, the red pill, the black pill. Is there a green pill somewhere? Green pill, cream. Gotta take cream. Were y'all even talking about that? I don't even know if y'all are. Yeah, Deplume, my parents had it. My brother didn't get it. I don't think you're in danger, I don't think you're in danger. I'm just saying some of them in some places in the world, they're trying to sterilize people. And they're doing certain things. But I think in America, it may just be some nanotechnology in there, or nano stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. I would assume, because of what's going on, that there's something extra, right, in those jabs. Because I'm a targeted individual, I see what they're doing to the population. They're experimenting on us, and I wouldn't get it. I wouldn't even chance it, right? But I don't think it's anything that's just going to kill you dead. It may just be something in your system that makes you a little bit more transhuman, which is bad, but it's not life-ending. And already probably have more than, like, if it, I don't know. Say a non-targeted individual out there in society, I probably have more crap in my system because I'm a targeted individual and get toxins placed in my environment than they would get in the jab, right? I'm just thinking. I'm not sure about these things. These are just thoughts, because I don't really know what the jab is. I just don't trust it because it's connected to the military-industrial complex. We know their priorities are mind control and transhumanism. And so they have the jab already ready. They have Event 201. We look at these things. We shouldn't trust them. Just on a blanket level, we should not trust our government, because our government's taking orders from the military-industrial complex and globalists. And we should not we shouldn't put stuff in our body that they tell us to. When they do a pandemic that didn't need to happen, that was like planned, and then they come out with, here's the solution, right? It's just common sense that it's going to be something. There's going to be something else there than just, this is just a jab that's like helping out. Yeah, that exactly. Ann said it. You're not in any more danger than anyone else. And my parents are fine. My grandma hasn't gotten it. My aunt got it. She's fine. Yeah. You didn't get the mRNA one. I would say it's, I don't know, I wouldn't get any of them. I'd say maybe the mRNA one's the most dangerous one, messing with people's DNA, and I'd say they're probably experimenting on people more with that one. I don't know, I don't think it's going to do any. You're not going to drop dead or anything like that. And I think in America they're probably not. I would read up though, and I'd look at those. There's some mainstream people on the news talking about the jab, and they were like, and I'm really not trying to say. I'm just saying what I saw. But the guy was like, and it shouldn't sterilize everybody that we give it to. He said something very weird. Go to High Impact Vlogs, and I think he has that video on there. We just got to be careful, guys. We cannot trust this government. It's not our government. The government's doing what the military-industrial complex and the globalists want them to. I'm not saying this to frighten anybody. I'm just saying this is the way things are. Our government's a little wussy. They're all bought and paid for. They're all doing where they're going where the money is, right? And they're all keeping their mouths shut when it comes to bad things happening to citizens. A lot of them are going along. And the ones that don't go along, like Trump, like DeSantis, they get trounced. They get trounced. They don't want them in the system, right? And they go after them. So right now it's a very courageous act to just tell the truth, to just go towards the truth. It's a very courageous act because the tendency of society is things are so bad and people are just like, okay, well, we'll just wear the mask and we'll just do this and I'll just live my life. And people are becoming very individualistic too, right? They're like, well, I'm okay. I'm okay and I just have to wear a mask and, nothing really bad's going on. And people are getting put into concentration camps and tortured with microwaves and everything, a certain percentage, right? And people are just like, well, I'm okay. I wonder when the bad stuff's gonna happen, right? And I feel like people in the olden days, when the country was first formed, they weren't as individualistic. They cared about their people, right? They were Americans, and I'm going to protect Americans, right? And now it's like you have soldiers or ex-soldiers, my microwave attackers. They're ex-soldiers. They're Masons. They're current Masons. I know this because they get so angry when I talk about Masons. But I forgot my point on that. I was about to say something good against them, and they freeze my brain. No, they're individualistic. I'll kill this innocent American. I'll torture this innocent American. It's just my orders. It'll help me get paid, and I don't care about Americans. I know that these people know that they're trying to destroy America, and they don't care. And they're like American contractors, right? So you've got this is the deal. You've got a cult all over the world. And the Masons, certain Zionists, Jacobian, Mystery Babylon, broken up into many, many secret societies, right? And they're freezing my brain really bad. And they don't care about single countries. There is a master plan by this cult, right? The top of the pyramid is like the head of this cult, and they have cult members in all these secret societies because that's what they've been doing for all these years. They've been indoctrinating people into militaries, military-industrial complex, government, secret societies, and all these things. And they don't all have to be on a conspiracy theory. They just have to be trained like little SEALs, right? So you got these cult members, where it's like my grandpa was in World War II, and he wanted to protect this country, and he wanted to protect Americans, and he wanted to protect his family. Now you've got an individualistic bent where they're in a cult, and they're working for some master plan, really just so they can get good money, and they don't have to be attacked, right? Betraying their country, betraying their countrymen. They know the country's going to be destroyed, but it's the master plan, so they must go along. So we're facing a cult. Even if it's new technology, and they're just like, well, we've got to use this technology to do this logical thing and map it's still a cult, and it's still Satanism. But the people at the top have been very smart in dressing it up for these military guys as like technology, and you're a scientist, blah, blah, blah. But it's downright Satanism. It's sacrificing people. Sacrificing people to feed to AI. That's a big thing. Like mapping our brains, and they want the AI to think better, right? So taking a divine creation, we're a divine creation by God. We're divine. They're taking this divine organism, chopping it up, torturing us, and then mapping the brain, and then feeding it to a machine. Feeding it to a machine that they made. You think AI, human beings made AI. God created human beings. God created this universe. So they think AI is so powerful and all this stuff. No way. God created the divine. Their little playthings and their little toys may seem pretty big right now, but God will laugh at that. You will see amazing things. You will see God laugh at all of this, and you will see the divine creation of humanity really rise and ascend, you know, in the name of Jesus Christ. Like, good is going to get so much more strong. Ooh, who has a nose ring? I used to have a ring right here. Like left side, yeah, left side. I had a eyebrow ring, but it got it got really pussy, and so I had to take it out. You know. Joy says now the stalking cars are gray. My daughter saw 3 drive by a few days ago. Okay, Jacob, I will, man. I might not call you tonight. It's already like 10. We've been going for about 4 hours. But I'll definitely call you. See, tomorrow's Friday. I got to go to my grandma's. Maybe I'll just call you while I'm over at my grandma's. We'll talk. I'll go outside and call you. Yeah, Tanya says, look out for Charlie. Has great information. Anybody that has not gone to look out for Charlie's channel, go there. What are some other really good channels? I don't know. I mean, if y'all want to go, Autumn New Zealand, put in Autumn NZ, targeted individual. She puts up the most important, like up-to-date information on neurotechnology and like what's going on and everything. A great channel. I think at a certain point in time, maybe in a couple of months, I might have to do that because of my, like, unless the torture I don't know. I'm gonna try and balance. I'm not gonna talk. I'm gonna keep going, and we'll. I want to give you guys a voice, and we'll kind of see. I'm kind of thinking about things. It's just the thing why I'm like, oh, and I got to think about things. My targeting's so bad sometimes that it's like I don't want to. I don't know. I'll get through it. It's just so bad sometimes. I feel like I feel like my body's been so ripped apart that I'm so out of, like, my cells feel out of breath. I don't know if some of you guys have felt that, but it's not like I just can't catch my breath. It's like my whole body feels like it can't breathe, right? And I think it's an adrenaline thing. It's like I'm just out, like, you know. But sometimes I feel energy. We'll keep going. We got big stuff going on. We've got to jump. This is a chasm right now. The chasm's gotten like here, and they're like, hey, they're taking care of all these agents and stuff and giving them medical treatment. We've got to like jump into them. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just going to happen. I think targeted individuals all over the world are finding, you know, reporting to the UN, reporting to their. I think it's just getting overwhelming where it's just obvious, right? In the mainstream news, I think these intelligence agencies are like, okay, this stuff has to come out. We're going to start an investigation and say that like 100 incidents happen, and then they're going to like eventually have to admit things are going on, right? So unprecedented. How it's going to roll out? Oof, I have no clue. Joy says, has Charlie got something new on besides that? He has a lot of new videos, and he says a lot of important stuff. He's a smart guy. I think that he maybe doesn't think it's like, I don't know what he thinks about like remote neural monitoring and remote neural manipulation. Sometimes TIs have a lot of good information, but they'll think that's like kind of going too far and that's too complicated. So I'm not sure, but he has great information for defense and stuff like that. Great information for B2K, and I think sometimes just people are targeted differently. Because my V2K really revealed the remote neural monitoring. You know, I could see if somebody doesn't have V2K, how they could make. But I think Lookout for Charlie has V2K. But the way that my V2K talks, it's like, oh yeah, they can see out of my eyes, or I mean, they're picking up signals from my visual cortex, right? But I'm like, yeah, they're talking about what I'm looking at. You know, if I look at myself like in the shower, they're like, oh, turn it. The lady will be like, turn it off. He needs privacy or something like that. They used to do grosser stuff. But I would do gross stuff first. Now I'm a little bit. I've been conditioned into it being really weird because they've remote neural manipulated. So like anything where I'm naked, it's just, I'm like, I guess not that bad. It's kind of like getting beat. It's like a dog getting beaten a lot, and the dog didn't do anything wrong, but it's still. Have y'all seen that from Lost? Where Sawyer's like, Sawyer's. That's a great show because Sawyer's like Jack, but Sawyer just got beaten down his whole life. He had a horrible life and a lot of tragedy and stuff, but they're like the same. It's almost like they're the same guy with different lives. If you go back and you watch that show, the directors actually say that. But he's like talking to, I don't know, I think he's talking to Kate or something. He's like a dog that just got beat too much. You start thinking you deserve it, you know. And it's not like I think I deserve this or anything. Like, I'm not like consciously like, oh, God is punishing me, or I'm a bad person, I deserve this. Subconsciously, you start to think you somehow deserve this, and it's nothing you can help, right? It's like it's an animal instinct, and we have to heal that within ourselves. Those things that are more primal, that affect our lives and our energy, we have to dig deep. And we have to get help from God to dig deep for those instinctual animal things where it's like conditions us a certain way. Jerusha says, I'm just surprised to see real TIs getting the jab because I think they'd be more cautious. They only have temporary emergency approval. They aren't enough studies on it. Yeah, I don't think any TIs. I would I don't know though. There's some TIs that are new and maybe still trust the government, and are looking for. I was like that, man. Like when this first happened, I thought it was some rogue people, an ex-Marine, and I didn't think it was like a program that was organized, right? And I think some people have to go through that, but I wish they didn't because like I put the information out there. I was hoping that people could just jump in and have the information, not just me, other people too, right? They're talking about contractors, and I thought that would get people, but we seem to be going in circles sometimes. People who are new kind of still go through the same process. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. I don't know. Oh, really, Adrian? Adrian says Ella tried to get some billboards up in Australia for us, but got given a hard time by the advertising agents. Yeah, Ella's got some good. I wish I had whatever donor she's got. Apparently, she's got a donor who gives her a lot of money. I wish I had that, man. Those billboards are expensive. Yes, Tanya said Autumn targeted New Zealand. Great information. Jeremy Kruger says my Twitter is good for friend. Okay, so everybody check out Jeremy Kruger's Twitter. Revelation says, are they mind controlled to get the jab? I don't know. I think my parents just were compliant about it. They didn't really. They were like, it's not dangerous or anything. But it's just, it's the common sense. I don't want to make anybody feel bad who got the jab. I don't think anything really bad's going to happen. If it hasn't happened by now, like they haven't had a reaction where they like went into seizures or died, I don't think it's going to be that bad. And I kind of think in America they're not going to start sterilizing people. I think they're going to use the jab in these third world places like India and Africa. They're going to make them take the jab and they're going to sterilize those people. Like in South America and stuff like that. I think it's straight up they're doing that. I'm not sure if they're going to do it in America though. But it's like at this point we can't be like, well, they're not going to do it to America. We can't just assume that, right? Because they're doing everything to us that they've done to third world countries, causing wars, causing divide, causing war in the street, murdering people in their homes and everything like that. Just doing it a different way, right? They're just doing it in this asymmetrical warfare way with new technology so that it can keep people quiet. Right? And the people who aren't being targeted and tortured and killed for now, they're at peace. They're like, no, that's mental illness, we're fine. And they make people more individualistic so people could give a crap. Oh, the world's going crazy. I'll just stick with my family and enjoy the time I have left. Well, what about your children? Because they're going to live in a hellscape. They're going to get crap thrown into their brain from their schooling to high school to college, and then that they may have microwaves just twisting their mind to believe whatever they're believing. It does, like somebody said, it was a worry wart, and I don't want to scare people, but I'm just saying things that are happening. These are huge things, and they're all, we can't be like everything's okay. We can have joy and happiness and be positive, and I'm not trying to be negative, but things are so bad that you've got to admit the really bad stuff that's going on. Start trying to fix it. Start saying what's good, right? But you can't just be like everything's okay and the government's going to take care of us and the government's going to fix this. They're not. The people, Joe Biden, it's like how many generals are saying that he is unfit to be president? And I agree with them because he's just a puppet being used. We got a huge war brewing in the Middle East right now. That just happened when Joe Biden came in. They're trying to cut off all these pipelines. I bet you that wasn't a Russian hacker who cut off that pipeline. I bet you it was an American intelligence agency. And let me tell you why. Because when the heat is on, look at our own situations, guys. Look at us as targeted individuals. When you have a death in the family or you're really targeted, did they cool down on you? Did they pull off when you have stress in your life? No, they try and target you harder, right? And you can take the population of the entire world or just take the population of whatever country you live in. They're targeting the people of that country, and it's a microcosm, macrocosm situation. How do they tear us down? You can kind of start thinking about that and looking at humanity and looking at the pandemic and looking at the riots and looking at the division between all the races, right? Slowly isolate. Get us away from forming groups and everything that can do things. Putting poisons and toxins in our environments. Nicholas, sorry I'm late. I love you all. You are amazing, especially you, Kyle. Thank you for keeping up the fight. Hey, thank you for keeping up the fight too, Nicholas. We're all just getting through this stuff, and just getting through this stuff. You're really good. Okay, DePlume says TIville is my channel. TIville, check out DePlume's channel. And DePlume, I don't think anything's going to happen to you bad. I don't think anything bad's going to happen to my parents, I pray that there's nothing in there. Because a lot of people that I'm friends with, a lot of people that I love, they've gotten the jab. Yeah. As a targeted individual, I could never do that. Because they're connected to the people that are torturing me and putting stuff in my system, and then it's like the things that they're going for, this master plan, are so big they don't care about the human lives that they're messing with. It doesn't matter to them because the changes they want are so massively different. Like they're so close to transhumanism neuro-society right now. So they're cool. Thank you for coming. Obi-Wan Hashobi said I got Moderna and lived. I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm just gonna say I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure it's nothing. I think some people had a really strong reaction, had seizures or whatever. If that hasn't happened, I think he'll be fine. It might have something in it like a nanotechnology that we already have in our system or something like that. I don't know. I would just, if you guys look at, I guess don't look at that. Hey, Shanifnik of the Great White North. Shanifnik says if they're jabbed, they're a danger to you. I don't believe that. I don't believe in the shedding stuff. I don't think so. I think we're all getting crap in us. We're all getting toxins and new things, and what we've got to do, I think this is going to be the solution because it's all top secret, right? The nanotechnology and things like that. They're not telling the public about that. We've got to find better ways of cleansing all that stuff out, or at least everything that we can get. and we need to find better ways of like actually pulling out nanotechnology out of our system, past the blood-brain barrier, scientifically studying that. I want to get the oh really, Shinipniks of the Great White North said all vaccines shed, but how long do they shed for? Do they shed for like a week or something like that, and then the people are safe? And I'm serious. Like I'm not certain that there's anything like horrible in those vaccines. Like I'm not trying to scare people that got the jab. I just think like every other channel is saying do not get the jab and it's bad, and I agree with that, but I just don't want to scare people who got it. I think you'll be fine. I think it has something that's for the future, but me, I probably have worse stuff in me, you know, because I'm a targeted individual. CC says some pastors of church aren't getting the jab. That's good. That's good. So up to 2 weeks. It's like CC says, what do you mean shed? It's like when there's a dead virus in the vaccine, a dead form of the CV, and it's supposed to make the body go through the process of having it so that you're immune. And so it's like they can pass along the virus to somebody else, right? Because they have cells of the dead or parts of the dead virus in their system. But I don't know about that. I haven't looked too much into it. Yes, Tanya says gang stalking simulation, and also I don't know if he's making videos anymore. A simulated reality? A simulated reality has great videos where he covers AI and he covers like I can't remember the name of it, but this giant algorithmic simulation of basically people on Earth, right? And we all have an avatar in that huge simulation, right? And that's how they do some of this stuff and plan some of this stuff. So they have this giant simulation of every human being on Earth. Okay, so Art and Soul says, good info on the jab, Professor Sukarit Bhakti, MD Perspectives on the Pandemic, Blood Clots and Beyond, episode 15 on Journeyman Pictures channel. Okay, let me put that in the thing so people can look at that. There's a lot of different thoughts on it, and you know why? This is the deal. This is the big thing. We're missing knowledge, right? That's what's killing us. I mean, it's in the Bible. My people, what's the verse? Somebody, my people die from. And so these people, the pyramid, these corporations, like the military, they're hiding knowledge from us, right? Like COINTELPRO, crisis actors, surveillance role players, all this stuff. I'm missing knowledge on that. So we all talk about perps and everything. I know it's true, but it's like I'm missing knowledge about exactly, like I can't, how do they exactly work? How do they exactly put them in? And so it's like the evidence of these things that we know is happening. We need to get the concrete knowledge. Vaccines, I'm not trusting of them, but we need. It's like all that knowledge is hidden from us if something's in there. We have lack of knowledge about what these people are doing. They want to keep us on the other side of that wall, so we're like, so everybody on the world who's not like way up in the pyramid is making choices based on not enough information, and then things will be very dangerous. Because even if people have all the information at their fingertips and are on the same page, they're still dangerous, right? So people with no information about what's going on are going to be extra dangerous. And that's what they want. Oh, really, Shinifnik? The jab is drying up some mother's breast milk. So it messed with those glands or something? Okay, DePlume says, forgot, type in Panda Song in YouTube search and listen to it after this. Great phones. Okay. The Panda Song. I love pandas. Alright, thanks for coming, DePlume. Good night. Their skin comes off. Shinipnik says, this jab isn't a regular jab. Instead of putting dead or nearly dead virus in you, this jab makes you a GMO by making your body produce the virus through your DNA. But is it every one, Shinifnik? It's just the Moderna one. Like there are two that are not mRNA vaccines. There's one that was developed by DARPA. You know, that's the one I would be. But somebody said they got that one, so I wouldn't worry about it. I just don't want to scare people. We all got stuff. Hey Slack, man, how you doing, brother? Slack says, hey, you're live. YouTube didn't feel like telling me, I guess. I think just every channel, it's like they won't notify some people. I'm glad you're here, man. I was about to close it out, though. We've been going for like 4 hours. But I'll do something this weekend, y'all. Waterfall says, I saw videos of people who said being in the vicinity of jab people caused them to have painful menstruations and other symptoms. I don't know. I need to look into that. I don't think it can spread out to people. I think it does some specific things. I don't know. I'll look into that. Okay, Joyce. Yeah, me too. I got this light here, and the computer's hurting my eyes. I'm probably just gonna get off of here and play Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It's like I'm in Atlantis right now. I'm in Atlantis, and I'm working for Poseidon. It's like the last part of the DLC where you go to Elysium and then Hades and then Atlantis at the end. And I was like picturing the DLC because it was like the fate of Atlantis, and it's exactly like I thought it'd be. It's awesome. These huge cities that you jump around in, and you assassinate cult members. So it's awesome. And I killed Hades and took his hat. Like I killed Hades. He wanted me to do a bunch of stuff, and like I fought Achilles, Hercules, Agamemnon, and Perseus. They were all in Hades, right? So I had to get them all. I had to fight them and get them to go to all the gates to protect the gates. So Hades was like using me, and then he was like trying to keep me in Tartarus, and so I had to fight him. And I took he had this big thing in a hat, and I took them both. I'm really good at that game. I've like leveled up my character, so sometimes it just takes like 2 moves to fight like really elite enemies. Man, my life sucks. It's a good game, but I'd rather not be tortured and not have to just, distract myself. We need to do some movie nights. I really want to watch Blade, Willow, some things that can maybe get us pumped up. What else? What other movies was I thinking about? I'm sorry I haven't been doing that, guys. I've just felt so bad, and I've had a lot of family stuff. My life seems to be, as the world gets crazier, my individual life and the targeting takes more of my attention. So it's like harder to care or cover these huge things that are happening in our society, right? So weird. Okay, Slack says you gotta hop on and play Vigor with me. I like just playing games myself, I'll maybe try it. Dude. Serendipity Blooming says they're covering lots of reactions that have been censored. Oh yeah. I hope that the people, a lot of people are getting it and they're okay. And and nothing's happened, right? They may have a little bit of extra something in their system, and I hope that that's the case. I hope that these jabs do not make a huge difference. Just put something like nanotechnology in people, and that's it. But I'm telling you, some of them, and I don't know if it's in the United States and like the more developed countries, but I know that they're doing the jabs in less developed countries, and it's sterilizing them. They're doing population. We need to understand that one of the big goals at the top of the pyramid is to do population reduction, right? On a massive scale. We have to remember that whatever they're doing, we have to remember these things, right? Agenda 2030, stealing land from people, getting them into big smart cities, killing off a lot of people. They call it like population reduction. You look back at that Bill Gates clip where he's saying we can maybe increase population control by like 15% or something if we do jabs right? I mean, he said it out of his mouth. Weird. Did y'all hear about y'all heard about Bill Gates, his wife divorcing from him? And I heard that she found out, I bet you she was sent a picture of him at Epstein Island. And she's divorcing him. Because he had ties to Epstein, right? And I think he did something that I think he has blackmail on him, and that's why he does stuff that he does. That's why he participates. That's why these cult members, a lot of these cult members, they go and they do all this weird stuff with kids and Satanism and all this stuff, and then they're blackmailed. Jeffrey Epstein had like cameras and pictures and blackmail stuff all over his island. Bill Gates probably went to there, right? His wife, I bet you his wife, by somebody that didn't think Bill Gates was doing the right thing or wasn't doing what they wanted him to do or something like that, sent her a picture from Epstein Island. I know that she's divorcing him, and I know that he has ties to Epstein Island, and there was like a news report that that's why she had divorced him, because of the ties to Jeffrey Epstein Island. So that's actually a story, but I bet that she got a picture. I bet you somebody sent her a picture. And you know what I mean. You know what I mean. What are y'all talking about that's fake? You're not going to get whacked, Paul. We're close, man. God's got you. God's big. God's big. Our God is mighty. It can seem like you're at the end, and He can turn things around. But we all die, right? We all die. I'm going to die. Y'all are going to die. So let's make the best of our time. And let's go into eternity as warriors with courage, right? Think of, this is stupid, right? But sometimes I pick up things from my childhood. And you know Worf from Star Trek? He would fight and die with honor. Let's be like that for our God, for humanity, for good. Let's just be brave. I know it's hard. That's why we got to do stuff against the remote neural manipulation, because that's one thing that I've learned. Some of you early targeted individuals, you might not understand this, but it's like no matter how strong-minded you are, they can get in your brain and do things neuronally where you feel different, or you may feel fear when you've never felt fear before. So that gets hard. We've got to control those remote neural manipulation things, but then with your heart and your mind and your core, we strengthen the core, right? And I guess that can be all the, everything, but it creates this electromagnetic field. So stay really healthy, take vitamins. I need to exercise. All these things I'm telling y'all, I got to do better on. Because I sit here playing video, I'm so tired and my spine hurts, and I'm just like, I'll stumble over to my aunt's drive over there. Surprised that I haven't wrecked my car. I don't want to talk about my car because I might get in trouble from police or something. Really, waterfalls? People have more miscarriages? Is this the vaccines? It's not good. It's just common sense. It's not good. What's happening to us, they're the same people who are creating the vaccine. The people who created the weapon systems to torture us, they're the ones creating, and then Biden's going to create 2 more DARPA-like agencies, Well, we're getting close on this. Let's, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not telling anybody what to do. Y'all, God will put it in your heart. Just pray to Him. But I'm focusing on this. I'm focusing on directed energy, these big things that are happening in the State Department, the CIA, Pentagon, the agents, the UN. I'm focusing on those big things to grab, right? So that we can get a foothold in those, and then it's over. It'll spread. It'll spread the awareness that this has been happening to us. How you are treated in society, guys, that can be flipped. That can be flipped very quickly. You're mentally ill. Oh, you don't work, or you're a crazy person in our community. When people find out about this and what we've gone through, because people are going through, right? And they may not even have to know how long or whatever, just we're being hit by this stuff. How people see you can flip. And you could write a book. People would be like, oh my God, you went through this. Things can change. Things can really change a lot. I do too, Paul. Paul says, I just hate these sadistic psychos. I do too, but I'm numb to it. I care about y'all more. I care about my family. I care about doing good. Let me do another nerd example. This will be the last one because we're like at 4 hours, but I love talking to you guys. Think about Batman and the Joker, right? Batman's such a popular character, especially in modern times, because a lot of people are going through trauma. Batman's parents were killed. He had intense trauma as a child, but he decided to stop that from happening to other people, to turn it into a positive force for good, to stop people from doing it to other children and stuff like that, right? Took that trauma, he became the Bat. He was numb to the fear, right? Numb to the fear, and he became that. The Joker also had trauma in his life, decided that nothing meant anything, right? Nihilistic, way more than that. Everything's a joke. Started killing people and everything. I think it's pretty potent in the world that we live in today. We're all going through a lot of trauma. I think even people who are not targeted individuals, and we have to decide: are we Batman or are we the Joker, or are we a little bit of both? I don't know, but you can make something out of your trauma, and you can make something out of the bad things that happen to you, and then these good things enter into your life if you do it with God, you know. And it's just so true. It's so true. We do it unto our death, unto when we enter into eternity. And God will let us know why, you know, because that's what I believe. Batman. A Batman. I love that part. This is one of the mind memes. I don't know if some of y'all understand mind memes, what I'm saying. It's kind of dumb. It's a little bit dumb, but it works for me. I'll remember that part. I'll put it in my head, and I'll just I'll loop it. I'll loop it so my attackers have to see it. Where in Batman Returns, the Penguin says, "You don't really think you'll win, do you?" And Batman says, "Things change. Things change." And that's what I always say to him. I always say that to my attackers because they're like, "Oh, prove it." The guy's like, "Prove it. Prove we're doing this to you." And I'm like, "Things change." Obi-Wan Shobi, you can be Robin. Broken wings mend in time. The Robin will fly again. I love that too. I really like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I kind of like that the Batman Forever movie because I saw it like as a kid. I think when I was like maybe 14 or something like that, and it was just awesome to me. But you look at it nowadays and it's like, wow, that was a really flamboyant movie. Yeah, Serendipity Blooming. It's like he took trauma and he saves as many people as he can, and he always says there's always a way out. Always. Batman's awesome. You know, Batman's awesome because he's the complete. You know, and sometimes in these warlike situations you can't control everything. Like Batman tries to control everything because he's so traumatized and he has to like make sure no one dies, right? Which was, I didn't like that about Zack Snyder's Batman. He killed a lot of people, and that's a big thing about Batman. His parents were gunned down, you know, by a robber, so he doesn't kill. Like he can't kill the Joker. He does eventually in some of these comic books, but I think that's a really cool part about it. Okay, Jacob. Sure, man. Definitely. And God bless you, brother. God bless everybody. God bless and protect y'all. That's just going to be my prayer in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. God, please just protect all these beautiful people that are in this chat. Please protect all targeted individuals around the world. Please speed this process up. Make people brave and courageous that are in government agencies that are being hit by this stuff. Let them report it. Let it flow out. Let this knowledge just flow out. Thank you for this miracle. Thank you for being much smarter than the top of the pyramid. You know, thank you for our precious, divine, priceless lives. Everyone that lives on this earth. Thank you so much for what you've given us. And please send us many more miracles. Thank you for the miracles you've already given us. In the name of Jesus Christ. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Tanya. I tell stories about stuff that you know, the other day I was like, oh, I'm sitting here watching some stuff. Like I go over and I sit with my grandma and we watch TV. And I watch a video game. Well, at least I'm interacting with that. But I was like, I wish my life had more, like getting out and going and traveling and, you know, that kind of stuff. Jacob says, God is the first cause and is over all. Love it. Amen. He's over everything, guys. He's over this evil. Like, he can take this evil, and if you're just with your faith and your resilience, like Jacob was saying earlier, with your faith and your resilience, you resist, you keep going, and some miraculous things can happen. Miraculous things can happen. I'm really hopeful. I think this is going to be a long, drawn-out process, but we'll be getting help while it goes on, right? But I'm really hopeful about the new technologies and defenses that are going to come out to protect soldiers, and some of these new consumer products that we can do what our attackers are doing with a entrainment device, but we can do it in a positive direction, right? And it won't stop everything they're doing, but it'll make it really, really hard for them to connect with our brain. So there's a lot of good stuff coming out. God's got us, man. I saw a lot of these things. We're like, think about this, guys. Think about this relatively. There were some people that got targeted by this stuff, and they were like 40 or 50 years old in the 1970s. So, they died being tortured. But think about the time that we're in, where it's like there is more than just a probability of this being known and this experimentation being known about. It's an absolute. It's just when. I kept saying that. It's just a when thing. It's not an if now. The when's pretty hard, though, when we're being tortured so bad. So I understand that. But it's like we can kind of quicken it. I guarantee you, targeted individuals all around the world, non-government people, my attacker's making my nose itch. But non-targeted people, non-government people who are targeted, government people that are targeted, military people that are targeted, everybody's they're flooding the UN, and they're flooding the people in the United States looking into this. I guarantee it. Nancy says, God is love. They shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Love it. Amen. Amen. The truth is all that matters. Even if the truth is bad, right? Even if the truth is scary, we've got to know, man. This deceit, this war by deceit. Now this is infected in the art of war. You just deceive people. It's a trick. It's a trick. Like, people live more valiantly. They live more healthy lives when we tell each other the truth, even when it's hard. Adrian says, amen, Kyle. Let's hope this nightmare comes to an end for us. Even when it does, we'll always all be connected. Amen. Definitely. We all went through something really hardcore, And that's something that I fight through. I feel less because my family's treated me less. My family, they're good people. They love me, but they think I'm mentally ill, so they treat me like I'm less. The world, the gang stalkers have treated me like I'm less. Really hurts my confidence level. And then my attackers have remote neural manipulated some stuff like intensely, and it's like, we're badasses, what we're going through, and we can't let them make us feel like they're trying to create this reality where we're being hurt. We're going through maybe the toughest stuff in the world, but then our neighbors spit at us and are like, hey, you're bad, and they're trying to condition that. They're trying to create that reality. Just get with God and just be like, wash away that false reality. Open up the truth. Open up the truth through me, right? And you resonate out. Because that's what they're doing. They're doing this low resonance thing. Everybody's scared of each other. Everybody's paranoid and everything. And that spreads amongst the human population. It weakens the human population in whatever country, city, or whatever. This fear, it weakens them. It weakens their biofields and everything like that. And then they're easier to take out. They're easier to mind control. They're easier to use this technology on. Serendipity Bloom said, I hope to meet you all someday on this planet. But if not here, then for sure in heaven, and we're going to have a huge party. Yes, ma'am. Amen. Amen. Tanya says, thank you, Kyle. Send love hugs to your grandmother, auntie, and family. Look after yourself. Thank you, Tanya. You too. Thank you for coming. I hope you and your mom and your sister are doing okay. Obi-Wan Hashobi says, I want reparations. I lost everything. We need to start looking into the United Nations Victims Fund. And then yeah, I'm gonna start looking for a lawyer. I just don't have money for a lawyer. I'm gonna start looking for it. You know, I'm sending my mom all this stuff, so I don't know. My mom, I will, Jacob. I will. I'll check him tonight, man. I'll send you an email tonight after this. All right, guys. I love y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and close it down, but we'll be back on soon. We'll do a panel this weekend. I may do like another short video on something. I kind of wanted to do a little short video on what a Judge Judy had sent me on that the Chinese electromagnetic the electronic harassment, because I'm not sure if everybody saw it on that live stream. All right, guys, I love y'all, and I will see you on the next one. Live long and prosper.